Good evening, everyone. G'day, guys. Sorry, I'm a bit late today. Just trying to get things sorted out and having a late meal. So I've been a bit like a chook with my head cut off, getting my late milky coffee. It's only got a bit of coffee, but mostly milk. But that will be enjoyable with a bit of cream. Yes, you've got to add a bit of cream. Yes, give it a bit of flavour and all that. Anyway, I do have Jonathan with me today, so I asked him whether he wanted to come along, and he said yes, and so I've got him here. And you guys know Jonathan. He's the guy that I sort of have in my featured channels. If you haven't subscribed to Jonathan, please bloody subscribe. Why the fuck haven't you? What is wrong with you, people? So he does a lot of weightlifting stuff. He's in competition. And he also does a lot of things related to, sort of body composition and stuff like that. So if you need somebody, as you know, I've got a day job. I don't have time to do consultancies or anything like that. So if you want body composition stuff, bodybuilding stuff, and those sort of related and carnivore bodybuilding, carnivore sort of, trying to get your body composition a certain way, check Jonathan's channel out. And also he has a site, .com site. I'll actually stick that in the description at the end anyway, after the video's finished, so people can go there. Anyway, let me bring Jonathan on. G'day, Jonathan.
All right, guys.
Good to have you here, mate.
Good day to you. Yes, an early morning here in England. It's stormy, thundery, horrible weather. So I've got the ring light on today just to sort of brighten up a bit.
Oh, now that you reminded me, it is evening, and I should be wearing. I should be putting my bloody glasses on. Give me a sec.
Yeah, how's everyone going today on the YouTube live chat? Got quite a few questions already, it looks like.
Actually, I should be. Oops. Oh well, it's gone somewhere. Do not know where it's gone. It's flown away. That doesn't matter. So yeah, it's been a bit of a funny weather lately. I'll have to find it after. Leave it over there. Yeah, so it's been a bit of a funny weather today here in Hobart. Yesterday was raining quite a bit. We went down to Salamanca, so it was a bit all over the place, but hasn't been too bad. It's sort of has its moments. Anyway, we got Richard first off the rack, and he was promoting the Zoom thing. Very good of you, Richard. Mm-hmm. Anyway. I'm still here for a lesson. Good on you, mate. Oh, I'm happy you're appreciating some of the content. And here's Sammy as well. G'day, Sammy. Good to have you here, mate. I got those. Dom sent me those photos of you and him having a meal. So, yeah. He said it was the lamb was really nice and tender. So you really cooked it well. So you gourmet chef, mate. I didn't even realize that. Until Harry, are you absolutely crushed it this morning about cancer? Appreciated the concepts you presented to us. Not a problem. You're welcome. Look, I've done a number of videos covering some of the actual aspects of how this works. There's 2 more videos to make. And then I've got my protocol video, which I've sort of more or less given to all the people that have got cancer. I've sort of emailed that information to them, what they need to do and stuff like that. But obviously, eventually will be a proper protocol video that people can actually action. The key thing is trying to understand the sort of stuff, because the end of the day, if you need to explain it to your family, explain it why you're doing these things, you need to explain them how these biological mechanisms work in the body and why you're doing what you're doing. So they are not concerned with what you're doing. Because I can understand, parents may have kids that are really concerned. They don't want to lose their parents, and things like of that sort. So, cancer is it's a growing problem in many countries, and it's due to seed oils and mitochondrial damage. They're talking about in not too distant future, and especially if we continue going this route of all kibble. I mean, just look at Nauru, the level of cancers, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, just through the roof, amputations. That's what the future looks like. It's a really excessively unhealthy society that doesn't have access to real food, and it's just all processed garbage. The Bill Gates of this world want to basically buy up all farmland and turn, and all these virtual ceiling, BS climate crackpots want to pretty much turn us into kibble eaters and eliminate animal food supply or limit it to a large extent. And that's going to be a problem for a lot of the population because they'll have less access to those foods and people just naturally gravitate to what's there available. We need to get the message out that, and share it amongst that Nauru video, share it amongst your relatives and friends and stuff like that, and say, this is what the future looks like if we go down a full 100% kibble culture. And remind them that back in the 1950s and 40s and stuff like that, most of our diet was, because we didn't have refrigeration, was animal based. And people, there may have been an increase in cardiovascular disease amongst the more wealthy and upper middle class, but that was due to them giving up on animal fats because they considered them unclean, smelly, and the lower classes ate that sort of stuff, and so they were having clean, refined oils that didn't have a smell, and stuff like that, and they were the ones actually getting the cardiovascular disease. Eventually, the whole of societies started getting it because it became pervasive. It wasn't only in the homes, that it was being used more and more as years went past, but also the fast food industry started shifting away from tropical oils and animal fats and using these cheaper oils as the production of these increased, and as the subsidies, especially in the US and a number of other countries, increased to facilitate their growth. So these are important things that a lot of us are not aware of. It's the reason why they're so pervasive in the food supply. It's not accidental, guys. And it's really, we need to realize the dangers of these foods, and all the actual new plant-based alternatives. Pretty much what they are is full of seed oils. They are highly toxic food in terms of deuterium. And if they become widespread and people shift across to these foods at a much more increased rate than in the past, we will see that 1 in 3 with cancer. It will become endemic, because people have asked me, why, Harry, are you prioritizing cancer videos? It's because I fear for the future. That's why. And I'm giving the warning out to people why and how. And the more of my people can demonstrate that they can turn their lives around and actually improve their state of affairs, they will be, you could say, flag bearers for a different way of eating and a different way of living for other people, because the other solutions don't work. And all they've got is basically chemotherapy and radiation as a method of poisoning the body. That doesn't work. It damages the immune system, which is critical in fighting cancer. So, we're going down. A lot of people out there are, their health is going to get worse, and their understanding of how to get away, how to solve these problems for themselves is, pretty much 99+% of the people have no idea. We're talking about less than 1% of the population even knows this, how many people actually follow these sort of protocols? My protocol, very few, a very small amount of a couple of thousand people that are aware of it, and a couple of, a handful of people that basically have cancer and applying it. The majority of society out there have got no idea. And a lot of the low carb people and all that, they've got part of the understanding, but not all of it. So they don't get the results that are required. And so they're not as convincing. You can't be convincing if you just partially deal with the problem, because they can say, well, chemo does the same thing. It puts you in remission. But it also sets you up for a bigger fall later on, because it's damaged your immune system, created vast immunosenescence, plus additional damage, which makes you vulnerable for metastasis, for much more virulent levels of cancer. And that's what usually kills people off in the end. But the problem is, it is a mitochondrial disease, and it is a deuterium primarily damaging effect. But lowering deuterium level, like Laszlo Boris does, or many of the others, he understands also that melatonin heals the mitochondria, good sleep and stuff like that. Doesn't understand how much, and doesn't know how to amplify it with taurine. That's the other thing, or using senolytics and amplifying them as well through melatonin. So a lot of these things are not known, because it's sort of, there's research all over the place that covers these things, but nobody's put it all together, so to speak. And, the powers that be don't want it put together, because just imagine if you come up with a comprehensive protocol to deal with it. What happens? You got billions of dollars of industry that are at threat of losing a lot of their, I'm small, so they don't really fear me, people like me. But if I was a big, like Russell Branson, or, one of these big people, well known, obviously I would be a real threat. They'd probably knock me off. I wouldn't be surprised. So, these people are ruthless when they've got a lot to lose. So I sometimes wonder, am I doing the best thing for my own longevity? Oops. Alien Drone, how are you, mate? Alex, always a pleasure, mate. Yes. I'm about to make a comment, but I won't. I usually do it with my friends. So, yeah, but it's way too crude for a live stream. Well, I did that earlier, Richard. I did that earlier. Yeah, I shouldn't have updated my Office software. That sort of gave me some glitches that kept on bringing up an error, which basically demanded that I update and all that. So anyway, that got sorted. I've been told by my partner and a number of other friends to not do that. So I've been told off.
I thought you looked quite good in the vest.
Oh well, I can't satisfy. Actually, Hello Kitty, she came around just a moment ago, not too long ago, and she's made some what was that? Those the little chicken things, chicken nuggets, but she basically made carnivore chicken nuggets. So she's used pork rind as the outer part with egg and all that sort of stuff. So she's made little nuggets. Probably the only stuff. There's some herbs, and that's the only plant-based component to it. But it's sort of a carnivore chicken nugget. So she brought two around for me. I go, it's not enough that I've just eaten like half a lamb and a whole lot of eggs. I felt I was stuffed it. but I still gulped them down out of curiosity. They were nice. But in hindsight, oh God, did I eat tonight? and rapidly as well. So wasn't, doing it slowly, because I go, live stream, I better eat quickly and all that, and just stuffing myself, trying to force it down my throat. So yeah, luckily I didn't choke. Why beef makes me feel horrible and chicken great. Is poof a problem for eating mostly chicken? Am I causing some damage as seed oils? Nope, not at all. That's just nonsense. I've done a whole lot of videos on poofa. If you Google my name and Harry Serpanos, you'll find a whole lot of videos covering animal poofa, and it's a non-issue. Completely and utter BS. Now, seed oil from seed oils is definitely the complete different. And not only that, actually poofa from a lot of the animal foods is one of the lowest. It's actually lower than saturated fat in terms of deuterium. So it's definitely not a problem, So, it's the stuff that goes out of a factory that actually is the problem. Even plant seeds are very low in deuterium. Some of them are actually even lower than animal foods. But the problem is they've got a lot of anti-nutrients. That's where the problem lies, and they can cause a lot of problems. So they're not the best thing in that regard to consume, so best to avoid. But seed oils coming out of a factory, definitely contraindicated, full of deuterium, and they will be extremely damaging to your mitochondria. So, beef, some people, there's a number of reasons. There is the tick-borne disease that some people may have had quite a slight sensitivity, or certain pathogens that can actually also in the gut. And we can deal with those with Dietary and certain of the lactobacillus strains, and slightly higher doses of taurine that can slowly eliminate or suppress these buggers, and they can actually cause some reactivity. So that's a bit of a problem. But let's say but they're less of a problem. It's more the ticks. If you're having any sort of anaphylaxis or really feeling bad, you may want to get yourself checked out, and then you can get on a program of desensitization. So a number of hospitals, especially in regions where there is a lot of tick-borne type diseases, do provide services of that sort. So you may have to check it out. Since I'm not an MD and I can't actually provide such a service, so you'll have to go. There are low carb and keto type doctors that deal with this sort of stuff, but you have to seek them out, because that may be your issue primarily. G'day, Sophie. Good to have you here. Disappointed. Sorry. I'll give you my partner's number, and you can actually talk to her and argue. Yeah. She'll tell you. She'll indicate this and. Okay. I sometimes do that on my impromptu ones. I can get away with that. Usually he's not aware and doesn't look at those. Tom, how are you, mate? Yes, species appropriate dieters. Yes, we are. Well, most of the time when we're being behaved. Harry, after switching to fatty meats like beefy and piggy, I can't go to chicken and low-fat meats. What is your opinion of that? No complaint, though. I don't know, mate. I have no idea until why you can't go to those sort of foods. Maybe it's more psychological that you don't find them satisfying, because they're much, chicken is and low-fat meats are really they're not really enjoyable. Let's put it that. So
They're bland, like they're so.
Nell McDonald, how are you, mate? I just noticed you in the chat, right at the bottom. Just came in. How are you, mate? It's good to have you here. And our dear Irish friend. Yeah, so I would say it's probably that. Obviously, that a lot of us have actually grown up consuming a lot of those foods, but we did it with carbs, and we sort of got used to it for a very long time. I was a big chicken eater and stuff like that, and eventually, even fish, I can't eat fish on its own like that. I find it very unsatisfying. I have to put a whole lot of butter, melt a whole lot of butter over it before I can eat it. It's just the fat. It's not as enjoyable when it's once you actually shift away to a new energy source and your body gets used to it, then really you enjoy sort of fattier meats. It's just the way it is. And I love piggy in particular in Australia, because piggy has actually got the piggy and pork chops from lamb chops and all that has the biggest amount of fat on them. Like these ones that I had, nearly half the meat was fat, just big chunks of fat. Where the rest of it, it was sort of like 60%, 55 to 60% animal flesh, the protein part, and about the rest of it, nearly half in some cases, the fat. In some of the cuts that were, I think there was actually even more, like 60% was fat. So they were really fatty cuts. I'm definitely going to buy those again. They were really nice. So I understand what you mean. I used to be a lean protein person. Now I just can't eat that sort of stuff. I find it so bland, and I don't enjoy it at all. Obviously, your body's sort of craving for certain energy. Once you've switched to another energy source and your body's got used to it, it's upregulated that machinery. Obviously, you're going to have more enjoyment from something like that. What do you think about iodine supplementation? I don't think it's really necessary, personally. Look, if somebody has a very, like a severe deficiency, like if I'm dealing with somebody with hypothyroidism or something like that, yes, I would look at that. But if somebody isn't, and it's an average person, and you're eating a couple of eggs, you're eating some eggs, and you're eating a number of animal foods, including certain dairy foods, you're probably getting enough iodine. I did a video on iodine, so you can actually check that out, and you can actually see some of the foods and stuff like that. And most people should comfortably get enough, especially if they're having some seafood as well in between and stuff like that. I just think it's way better for people that have reasons for it. So what have you been dealing, Jonathan, with iodine, stuff like that in your part of with the people that you deal with?
So far, I've never met anyone that seems to need to use it. From what I'm seeing online, it's that people with very specific health problems are using it in high dosages. Perhaps people with cancer, maybe some sort of poisoning, maybe, I don't know. I think, like you said, the practical use of it isn't as efficacious as what people make out. It's like another thing to add. People they like to add things in and add things in. But yeah, like you said, you can get more.
Exactly.
Well, you get enough iodine through the fish and things that you're eating anyway.
Your body basically needs a balance between iodine for your thyroid and selenium. So too much iodine will actually deplete selenium, and too much selenium will deplete. But you can tolerate a bit more when it comes to selenium than you can tolerate the other way with iodine. So if you go high iodine, you can really deplete selenium, which is important for glutathione. Where on the other hand, and that's another good reason, most animal foods will have slightly more selenium to iodine, because the selenium is also being used for glutathione and many other certain functions, not only for the thyroid, where the iodine tends to be highly concentrated within primarily the thyroid, but also a bit in the heart and the brain. But primarily, it's the highest organ usage will be the thyroid gland. So, I mean, most people, if they're eating a couple of eggs and eating some dairy and stuff like that, they're probably going to get more than enough. For having some organ meats, definitely they will. You don't need a massive amount. You may need a bit more, as Jonathan said, if you've basically got some underlying health issue. But, your run-of-the-mill carnivore is not going to have that issue or that requirement. And you could create other imbalances by supplementing. That's the problem with supplementing. It's like zinc. You get enough zinc, and when you get it in the food matrix, the body, through the metalloproteins in your gut lining, will actually take a certain amount of copper and a certain amount of zinc and a certain amount of different nutrients. But if you actually put a supplement, you overload that pathway, and you'll actually deplete your copper levels, which are also much lower on most carnivore diets. So it's not a good idea to take a zinc supplement unless you're actually eating a whole lot of foods which are very high in copper. But generally speaking, that's not the case. So it's best to stick to real food and allow the body to regulate the uptake of those ions as needed, and then bile salts and the kidneys will excrete any excess that's not required. But when you overload the system, you go beyond the physiological capacity for excretion of those enzymatic pathways. And you also create too much of a, let's say, it's like if you've got, it's like bringing to a party a lot of different materials, like shitloads of bricks, and very little of the other material. So it's going to be really hard to put it all together, the home. And it's the same sort of thing when you actually shove in a whole lot of other things. I can understand when people have deficiencies. They're coming off a veganurized diet or a SAD diet. They have and you do a 3-month sort of, let's get the B vitamins up. Let's get the fat soluble vitamins up. Let's get do some mineral supplements as well, like trace minerals and stuff like that. That I can understand, because I've done that myself, and I've recommended that myself to people in the early stages. But it's not a good thing to continually, do that for a very long period of time. That can create problems, And people say, well, because do we need the excess? We need some copper, but too much copper is a problem. And once you've actually got that regulatory, the body will take up as much copper that it needs, and as much from a food matrix point of view, And obviously, there may be some conditions, like people may have, let's say, prostate enlargement, and obviously to downregulate things like DHT, zinc can help with that. That's why carnivore diet helps with shrinking prostates. It's actually zinc deficiency and a number of other nutrients that actually does the opposite. So you don't see it in tribal people. You don't see it amongst the Maasai. You don't see it amongst the Inuit. It's a modern day disease of kibble eaters, and people basically take supplemental zinc and they don't get the same results. Why? Because it's not the same like in food matrix, and it has a different ionic properties, and it binds to different receptor sites very differently, actually, the stuff that comes from food than the stuff comes from supplements, especially cheap supplements, that are bound to other things which make it difficult to bind to certain receptor sites or to be utilized by certain receptor sites as a coenzyme. So it's not the same. Stick to the food, and don't waste your money. A lot of people waste far too much money on these sort of things. I can see, I do have iodinized, here, just in case let's say we have an increase in radiation around the planet. So I can take that to protect my thyroid, but that's about it. That's the only reason I'd have a supplemental iodine in my home, is to protect my thyroid from any potential increase in radiation in the coming months or year or so. that would be the only reason. Okay, so, I mean, even if it was a local tactical nuke that was actually dropped, it could still spread amongst in the atmosphere, and there could be a bit of extra radiation circulating around the planet, like it did years ago when they were doing, airborne explosions of nuclear bombs in the past, when they were testing nuclear bombs in the atmosphere under over the sea and things like that in the so-called good old nuclear days. So yes, that would be the only reason to have that sort of supplement at home. Yes, thanks, Richard. Yes, please hit the like button if you haven't. You can use your finger, your nose, whatever. I'm easy as long as you just hit it. Nauru population 11K, yeah, and a massive health problem as well, which they just cannot cope with. Hey, Harry, is in the earlier stream you said people may need to increase calcium intake if you're in a population with pastoral ancestry, European, northern. Yep, yeah, I did say that. There are the same genes do exist in African people as well. The difference is they are what we call the ancestral. I can't remember the exactly alleles, because they could actually either be an AT or a GC. So I just can't remember. I think the ones in the ancestral are AA or TT, and the ones that pastoral people have the GGCC, I think, from memory. It's a while since I looked at that study. I haven't made the video yet, but what it does is it means that it either if you're homozygous, which means you've got two of the alleles that down-regulate the uptake of calcium, well then, most ancestral people could uptake calcium from ruminant animals that they hunted very easily, really well. But because of pastoralism for the last 10,000 years, a lot of populations have had these genes down-regulated. So northern Chinese that tended to, have more dairy in their diet, Central Asians, most Europeans, people like the Maasai and a few others, many in the Middle East that consumed camel's milk. Those populations that were getting a much higher level of calcium in the diet have down-regulated, because you need a certain level of, but not too much calcium, there's too much as well. And so populations that consumed quite a bit of dairy product, they've down-regulated that genetic pathway, so they uptake from the gut much less. So if you're doing a pure carnivore diet, just muscle meat, nothing else, you could end up, and especially if you're doing also like taking supplemental, I always recommend people that are doing supplemental menoquinone 4 to take also with that, eat calcium-rich foods, not to just do it on their own, just to avoid any low serum levels. You'll know quite quickly, because if your low serum levels get too low, you'll have a higher heart rate. And immediately you'll know, oh, shit, my serum levels have dropped too much. That's how I know with mine. So I'm very careful in that regard, because I know I've got those genetics. So I've got the homozygous, both alleles. I'm not polymorphism with one or of each, which I have some people have a slightly better uptake. I've got both because my ancestors were primarily pastoralists. So, well, on both sides of the family, pastoralists, which pretty much means that I need to consume more calcium. I can't do just a traditional meat only. And that's why I do not recommend to all carnivores. I usually do encourage them to eat a bit of dairy. I know it's frowned on within the carnivore or the paleo carnivore community, but my sort of view to them is, if you're a Hadza or a San, person of the Kalahari, fine, you could argue that point. But if you're a European, most of people in the Europe, large proportions, probably 2/3, if not more, usually have these genetics, and you may end up with a slightly subclinical serum level of calcium, and it explains largely the high levels in Europe, and some of these populations are higher levels of osteoporosis as well, because we've reduced our dairy intake and meat consumption as well, and so we're getting far less calcium in the diet, and we've got the genetics that are really working against us. Where we look at certain other populations that actually consume more plants and smaller amounts of meat, but don't get as severe osteoporosis. And people are going, I wonder why. Well, I can tell you why, because they don't have those genetics. They can uptake calcium from vegetables and from meat much better. So on a mixed diet, some of these people don't have that problem in Southeast Asia and places like that, because they don't have those genetics. So they can actually uptake calcium very easy. Thank you very much. But Europeans don't have that. That's why amongst the European descendant type populations, osteoporosis is much higher and more prevalent. And not only on people doing plant-based diets. So we're talking about endemic throughout the whole population because of those genetics. So you think that you don't need calcium extra beyond what you get from the meat? Well, think again. So that's my disagreement with a lot of carnivores on that in that area. And I've got evidence to back that up, which is, there's good population studies that can show those comparisons, but also the genetics, and the genetics nail it for me as far as I'm concerned. Sort of explain the differences. So, well, anyway, that's my opinion. And people disagree with me. My view is I don't really give a shit. Okay. Does it also work the other way for people that aren't in those populations? Yeah. They have better ability to uptake, especially I did mention Southern Chinese, yes. And Hello Kitty's here, so she's probably happy about that. A better uptake. But look, even if you come from a region in the south, you still may have some of these genes, because people move around. So you don't know what your ancestry is until you actually check your genetics. So I was surprised. I thought most of my ancestry came from Central Greece and Southern Greece, but I actually had a lot of ancestral blood also from northern parts of Greece. So I was quite surprised. I thought I had nothing from those areas. So people move around. Let's put it that way. So just because you come from a region doesn't necessarily mean that all your genes, or particular, you may have 90% of your genetics coming from there and 10% coming from the northern part. And those 10%, some of those could be related to calcium. I know, how annoying, but that's the reality. So unless you check, you don't really know. So one way of actually looking at that is doing tests and finding out what your serum levels are. And if your serum levels are way low than the general population is, at a very low band, it's sort of an indication that if you're reading the same stuff and people are not getting those low serum levels and you are, you're likely you've got those genetics. It's one way. Another way is avoiding any calcium sort of rich food, and seeing whether your heart rate goes really high. It's another bit of a giveaway. It's a reason why a number of European descendant carnivores say, oh, I went on carnivore and my heart rate went up. I was doing muscle meat only. And I go, okay, yeah, you got a calcium issue, mate. So, yeah, that's an easy one. But a lot of carnivores out there don't really understand that, which is unfortunate, and they miss it completely, because it's not something that people are thinking of.
No, they just think that they're eating meat and that's going to be enough for them. Like you just said, there's examples.
Also, it's enough if you're an African descent,
yeah,
and you're somebody with the proper genetics, it's fine. I'm not going to argue with it. If somebody says a Hadza person can do that, I'm going to go, I agree. Somebody from Samburu, San people of Kalahari, I'll agree. But there is 10,000 years of agricultural, and that's actually meant that we've got high amounts of amylase. That doesn't mean it's still contraindicated plant foods, but it just means that we can tolerate them better than the Africans, tribes people. But at the same time, we've also got some of these other things, retinol for the Irish, because of cod liver oil, Icelandic people and all that. That means they need more retinol than the rest of us. Another issue, fat-soluble vitamins, differences. So there's all these little things, and I always say, tell me what your ancestors did and where you came from, and I'll probably tell you what you should consider in your diet if you want to be healthy. I believe the masses that have been occurring in recent times will also play a huge part in the mass. Jabba, give me a second. Yeah, I'll just think somebody's trying to call me. But they know I'm doing a live stream, so I'm just going to ignore them. They can call me back later. Bad luck. Yeah. Well, immunosenescence is part of what these things do. They increase immunosenescence. And obviously, in an indirect way, if you're damaging the immune system, and also they do another thing, they do increase the influx of 2H, which is deuterium, which is one of the stable isotopes of hydrogen. So they do increase 2H in the cytosol, inside the cell. And so there is definitely a link between them. One way of actually mitigating some of that processes is, especially in the endoplasmic reticulum, where a lot of the transcription happens, is with taurine. So really important. But yes, it is a problem, and in an indirect way, it actually downregulates oxidative phosphorylation and actually increases glycolysis. But so does the actual virus itself, not only the little spike friends, but the actual virus itself. So it is an issue. And that's where some of the long COVID symptoms of this brain fog and lack of energy and fatigue and all that are coming from, because it does interfere with some of the machinery of energy production as well. And that actually has a relationship to cancer. So remember, it was a lab job. And recently, gain of function research, they even went one step beyond that, Elizabeth. They're great. Boston University was funded by the NIH, by our dear friend Fauci, that criminal. And he basically gave them a whole lot of money to create a new strain. They're using the new spike, which is from the Omicron, which really spreads really well. And they're basically taking the original virus, the more lethal one, the A, and they're combining the two. Great. They did it on rats, a test, which is humanized rats with human immune systems. Guess what? 80% of them died. Great. So what is this research? They justified that the research is required to assess how things and then develop mitigation strategies if the virus does that. No, the virus would never do that. Viruses basically lose their potency, in killing potency, in order to spread much better. It's not the other way around. You don't create something that spreads really easy and kills very easy. That doesn't happen in nature. So these people are criminal and they're playing dangerous games. It's called gain of function. So, it's GAIN of function. This type of research, it was banned in the past. And unfortunately, Fauci pressured the Trump administration to take off the restriction. That was one mistake Trump shouldn't have made. So he's not perfect either. So in the sense, it is a problem, and this needs to be banned. It needs to be an international treaty banning this type of research. You want to research an actual virus to basically look at understanding the virus so you can actually develop some sort of antiviral products or whatever, that's fine. But developing new forms of viruses that could potentially have dual purpose, not only biological warfare purposes, if you've got something like that, you unleash in a population, it kills quick, it spreads quick and kills quick. And because it's killing 20,000, 100,000, a million people really quick, it won't spread as quick, but you could actually release it in multiple points and take out a whole society if they were an enemy. So it does have that potential of being misused, especially now that we know that in the Ukraine, there's full of basically, if you're a terrorist working for ISIS, you can get paid $1,500 per month to go there and kill people, courtesy of the US government and a few other governments in Europe. Great stuff that we're doing, aren't we? Wonderful society, world we're living in. Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. I better not say any more. We'll leave it at that. Can you fast? See, Jenny, bravo, Jenny. She asked a question with a Q in front. Thank you, Jenny. Can you fast for 5 to 7 days every 2 months to heal mitochondria? Not exactly. No, not really. You get a bit of healing, but not much. To actually heal mitochondria, you have to lower the level of the damaging substances in your body. If you've accumulated, like let's say in your fat stores, you've got a whole lot of seed oils that you've accumulated. Well, when you start losing weight, you're releasing a whole lot of deuterium. That's why I usually say to people, use a low-dose vitamin E jarrow, and also use either a high-fat diet, or if you can afford, deuterium-depleted water. So in that early stage, I don't recommend high protein. I actually recommend really high fat, like 20% protein and 80% fat. And the reason for that is that I want people to lose weight and dilute their deuterium levels so they don't get more damage to their mitochondria. And I want them to continue doing that for a couple of years and not worry about weight issues or anything like that, and focus on healing their mitochondria by lowering the deuterium level, getting better sleep, blue blocking glasses to reduce so they've got high melatonin at night, they can sleep better and repair, and amplify the melatonin production using taurine in the evening. So it actually is important, sulfonic acid, for the production of melatonin, let alone it sort of helps synergistically with it repair the mitochondria and improve them. Because ultimately, if we're going to force biogenesis of mitochondria, we want healthy stuff to be cloned from the previous ones. If the previous ones are damaged, you'll be cloning bad stuff, sending signals and saying to the cell in greater numbers, we can't produce enough energy through this way. You better turn on the old programs and upregulate your oncogenes. You get it? We don't want too much over amplification of signal telling. This is why I usually say severe mitochondrial damage or cancer, I don't necessarily really recommend fasting to a lot of people. It's quite the opposite. I want a strong, robust body, less catabolic, and don't fear protein and fat. So that's the sort of thing. The only reason why we go for the higher fat reason is to dilute deuterium. If we were to use deuterium water, DDW 85, then you could go up to 30% protein, and that would mean that you'd get enough protein to basically maintain your structures much better. Because that's another thing, we don't want to weaken our structures, and we need protein as enzymatic material for a whole lot of functions throughout the body as well. So it's yes, cancer uses a bit, but cancer uses everything. Like normal cells, cancer use everything else. Whatever you prevent normal cells from getting, including the immune system, cancer cells also can't get. So in the end, you damage your normal cells, you damage your immune system, and then in the end, cancer will get you anyway. So that's not a strategy for survival. That's the nonsense argument of reductionism that certain gurus promote. Keep mTOR down, keep this, as if that is actually driving cancer. It's not. It's basically energy deprivation at the cell level. The cell is saying, I don't have enough energy from oxidative phosphorylation because my mitochondria are not functioning well to produce ATP. So I'm going to basically do a reverse Krebs cycle, suck in as much deuterium as I can, because that's what a reverse Krebs cycle does, and produce as much bloody lactate as I can, because I need lactate to produce a lot of fermentation material to produce energy that way through fermentation. It's a primitive old method that all cells used before oxygen existed on this planet. That's why it goes into this sort of state. You want to turn those oncogenes off. You need to fix the mitochondria and lower the deuterium damaging effect by reducing. So some people have got that part right. Some people just don't understand it. Reducing deuterium in the body is part of the thing, but then you need to heal it with melatonin, better sleep, and with the amplifying effects of taurine on the melatonin synthesis pathway, and also on lowering reactive oxygen species and repairing the electron chains, which is critical. Some other things also help a bit. As Richard reminded me, the tocosob vitamin E from Jarrow, yes, that helps as well. You've got cardiolipin, where after complex 4, which is important. That is a PUFA-based type part of the membrane there of the electron chain, and that can get damaged and then become leaky, which means you can't hold a proton gradient to run through the ATP, to produce ATP through complex 5s. So that's an important thing. So there are other things that we need as well a bit in that regard. G'day, mate. How's it going? Good to have you here. It's been a while. Haven't heard from you for a while. Drop me a line. I'll get you on at some stage. We'll have a bit of a chat. Find out what you've been doing and what you've been up to. I'm lifting heavy weights 3 times a week. I want to move to OMADs, steak, eggs, and raw milk. Will I still build muscle? Good idea, thanks. Look, I think you will still build muscle. At the end of the day, as long as you're getting enough leucine in, that's really what is important. And these animal foods are a very good source of leucine, as I suspect. Jonathan, I'll let Jonathan go on this one as well.
Yeah, I think the same. I mean, the average person that's just lifting weights 3 times a week, I think I read you're doing like a full body routine for most of those. You're probably fine just having 1 meal a day. It's, I mean, I do 5 meals, but that's just what I'm doing. It's me. I'm a lot heavier than most people. I need a lot more food than most people. I don't feel great eating 1 or 2 big meals a day. If you're probably smaller, you'd be just fine. And the benefit of having 5 meals over 3 meals, whatever it is, it's not a lot. I just do it because I feel better doing it. That's all.
And that's the sort of difference. It depends on your body size. It's like Sean Baker. He's well over 6 foot. He's a big bloke. He couldn't do 1 meal a day. Just not practical. His stomach is not going to be. Just because you're taller doesn't actually mean your stomach is 3 times bigger. So the difference between your organs, between somebody taller and shorter, is not that dramatic. Believe me, guys, it's not that dramatic. And that's probably another reason why people that are shorter eat more in order to get satiety and tend to be fatter as well. In comparison, they'll put on weight they'll pack it on much faster. So yeah, there is that sort of side of things. But somebody who's like Sean Baker definitely needs to have 3 big meals. I'm a shorter bloke, I don't need as much. 1 meal for me is fine. Anybody that's sort of the bottom of the mid-range or shorter is probably 1 meal they can do very easily, So, and that's sort of like Bart's, is probably at that area, at the top end of that area. I'm sort of a bit in the middle, others are a bit at the lower part of that. And so that sort of size, yep, it's fine. People that are sort of in that, the middle part, to the top, to the below the top part, probably need 2 meals a day if they're doing a lot of work, and people that are getting closer to the 6 foot or above, they definitely need more, because just more tissue to support. It's really down to tissue that you need to support, how much. So I think it's simple as that. And it's the old thing, if you're doing a 1-to-1 fat and protein, and you look at, I tend to say to people, if you're just doing light sort of stuff, you're doing pure carnivore and stuff like that, I get in about 2.2 grams of protein per kilo body weight, approximately, of lean body weight, actually, to be more precise. And, other people, if you're doing about that sort of level for, a lean body for your own weight, total weight, then it's probably going to drop down to about 1.7 or something like that in equivalent. If you're really trying to build tissue quite a bit, then you've not got to go higher. You've got to go into the 3 to 4 range in that regard.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, for a point of reference, my girlfriend Sophie, she's on about, I do it per pound of lean body weight. So obviously you can only estimate that as far as you can with the equipment you've got, like the calipers or the body.
That's right.
Fat measurements or things. But she's doing about 2 grams per kilogram of lean body mass. That seems to work out just fine for her. She recovers the muscle, she's getting stronger, she's getting leaner. And yeah, I mean, she's doing 3 meals a day. She's obviously female, so she's probably not going to be able to eat as much as most men. But yeah, she just 3 meals a day. They're quite balanced mix of fat and proteins. She uses a bit of dairy as well because that's got a lot of leucine in it. So yeah.
Yep, that's right. Yeah, and that's the big advantage with dairy. One, it's got leucine. It also has a number of medium chain triglycerides as well, which helps with ketones and short chain fatty acids as well. So it has a number of ketone type benefits there, especially when people are doing a lot of physical work. They probably need some of those anti-inflammatory factors as well after, months. But the nice thing about these, they don't behave like an antioxidant, which is a good thing, impeding that sort of muscle growth. They operate in a very different way. It's like taurine. It sort of doesn't act as, they call it that it has like an antioxidant effect, but it's more of a regulatory of the intracellular antioxidant system, like glutathione, superoxide dismutase, glutathione, these sort of things. It's not like these other systems where they're not allowing their tissue to go through the healing sort of turnover and stuff like that. So it's, as I say, animal foods work very differently. Even in the antioxidant realm, they work really differently compared to the plant compounds. And it's because we see antioxidant effects of amino acids. Certain amino acids have antioxidant effects, like taurine as well, which is a sulfonic acid, but they don't behave like other antioxidants. They're very different in their behavior. They're not reducing, like they're healing tissue, but they're not reducing the sort of oxidative stress signaling, which is important for the sort of, building new tissue and all that. You don't want to stop that. So it's a very different way. Then the other thing is, the good thing about a benefit that we get from dairy as well is that it's much higher in certain amino acids that actually also can encourage, higher in saturated fats and even many of the muscle meats. So it's going to have higher amounts of certain types of amino acids that can actually also undertake reverse electron transport. Now, stearic acid is also much higher in beef compared to other animal, sort of ruminant animal foods, but also you've got palmitate as well that also has that reverse electron transport capability. It's just slightly less than stearic acid, but it's much higher in amount in a number of other animal foods like egg, dairy, and stuff like that, which is really good that you will get that extra effect by sending a message and telling the mitochondria to biogenesis new mitochondria. So you actually increase your ability to do more work. And that's really important for somebody building muscle. If you want to build rapidly muscle, you need to have greater biogenesis of mitochondria. So I know some bodybuilders actually use, like they'll get a stearic supplement for that. So they'll go out and buy a stearic supplement. It's very few that do it, but some of them are aware of it, and they use it for this purpose, to try and upregulate their sort of biogenesis of new mitochondria. The other one that's well known in the sort of, you could say, the naturopathic world is the PQQ, which is that polyphenol type thing that does something similar. I think I've shown you guys before anyway. I've got it at home. I used to use it. I don't use it as much nowadays. I don't really bother. I get enough saturates in the diet. I probably should finish the last ones. I just can't justify forking out the money anymore. Pretty much. Nathan, how are you, mate? And Nathan's got he's actually got a new
Picture.
Yeah, picture. Whatever. I'm not sure what it is. Carl somebody.
Live or something.
Don't know.
I probably should know it, but
No, I'm not up to the
OJ Alive. I don't know.
Okay.
It'll probably say in a bit.
It'll probably tell us.
Yeah.
You'll probably. Good to have you here, Nathan.
Mm.
Recently, I did my first extended fast. Was planning for 24 hours wet fast, but turned out to be a 42-hour soft dry fast. Okay. Was surprisingly easy. Guess it's a sign of me being fat adapted. Yes, it pretty much is. If you could do a semi-dry fast or a pure dry fast, yeah, you're definitely fat adapted. So I always say to people, if you've done a lot of different fasts in the past, and you want to try something like that, don't do it for too long the first time. Stick to something like 24 hours to at most about 48. Don't go beyond that. You don't want to go beyond. I did 3.5. I was going to do 4 days, but in hindsight, I think, even though I felt still fine, I think sticking to about 3 days is probably, it's like the equivalent of a 6-day wet fast, the same benefits. So, it's like doing a week, what I did, 3.5 days. But usually you need to replete your B vitamins every sort of 3 days, more or less, give or take. Certain ones do store, but other ones that don't store. So that's where sort of the issue lies. So it's sort of vitamin C and B and a number of B vitamins where we don't want to go, because you're still your body's still undertaking a whole lot of biological processes internally. So you still need those cofactors, so to speak. So it's, without certain cofactors, those enzymes just won't work. You can produce as many as you like, but, so that's another issue which we need to keep an eye on when we do these sort of things. G'day, Nathan. Hi, Harry. I have elevated liver enzymes at around 40-45 for some years now. Been carnivore for 12 months and just got meat only. What are your thoughts on getting them down? They could be, if you've had them for a long time. I personally don't know your genetics, Colin, but if you've basically got, let's say, underlying liver cirrhosis, underlying, just because you've been on a carnivore diet, it doesn't mean they're going to come down if you've got a certain level of cirrhosis of the liver. You know, I don't know what sort of diet you had in the past. You may have been consuming a lot of alcohol, refined carbs, all sorts of things that, you know, and if you have the same genetics as me, because I did have fatty liver and mild cirrhosis when I had my heart condition. That's all reversed now. It can reverse. Even if you've got about a quarter of your liver left, you can still regrow an entire liver. So it is doable. But if you've got similar genetics, and there are a lot of people in Europe that do have these genetics, if that's, you know, more likely your background, what actually happens is you're not getting enough choline to export fat out of the liver. So if you're just doing meat only and not doing eggs, you're not getting enough choline. Simple as that. So you're not going to resolve it. Organ meats and eggs are the best source for choline. You can supplement, that's the other way. So, you know, and then you may have the FXR enzymatic pathway may be in not functioning properly. Milk thistle can help with that. So can taurine. Your bile may not be functioning well as well, potentially, or bioproduction, or your gallbladder, potentially. I'm not saying it isn't, but for that to function properly, you do need taurine and choline. Taurine also helps the liver break down fibrotic tissue, so it has an anti-fibrotic effect. So over time, it will break down fibrosis of the liver. But it can take time, especially if you're doing the low doses. You sort of have to go to high doses. Now, there are issues if you're on lithium or blood pressure meds. That can be an issue. I do have a video. You should check it out. Google taurine, Harry Serpanos, and you will find the one that I discussed about certain medications and side effects and stuff like that, and strategies how to deal with it. I'm not going to cover that now in the live stream. So that's an important thing. So you need to find out exactly what state of affairs your liver is in. And I would approach things as if I had the genetics, and consider supplementing choline. You don't have to buy expensive stuff, just choline malate is fine. There are some companies that put out pure choline, but it's a bit more expensive. But just look around. I don't want the sort of formulas that are for the like brain and, you know, type. There are other formulations. I just want basic choline for the liver, for fatty liver, and we want to basically resolve the problem for you. And so it's a combination of taurine, and I would go slowly, 2 grams of taurine for a week, then go up to 2, another 2 after that. And as long as you don't have blood pressure medication or stuff like that you have to adjust, you can sort of go up every week by 2 grams, get at least up to 10 grams. Continue doing that for potentially 6 months to plus. The choline is important because just in case most people don't have this problem, but there's a 4 to 5% of the population that they tend to accumulate sulfur. So once the sulfur's sort of done, they tend to have a bit of an accumulation. Just in case you're one of those people, I do recommend not the 1 gram, which is important for exporting fat and dealing with some of the issues in the liver, but I recommend 2 grams so you can actually deal with any accumulated sulfur and methylate away excess xenoestrogens that can actually also have an effect, high estrogen levels, and also export fatty liver out of the fat out of the liver. So those are the sort of things you need. Also to improve the bile flow by emulsification of taurine of bile and improving bile salts and reducing the cholesterol hardening effect within the gallbladder. So you want to lower that, and that's what choline does help with that as well. And I would also recommend that you consider somebody like Bart Kay that deals with these sort of conditions. If you need a consultancy to go over some of your lab works and stuff like that, because I don't do it. I have a day job, unfortunately, and can't cover that. I did it for a while, but just didn't have the time anymore.
Yeah, I've had elevated liver enzymes as well from some of the bodybuilding enhancers we've been using, sort of thing, over the years, and
yeah, but that also
all those sort of things will increase it. If I don't know what this guy's using, but if you're taking a medication, it'll probably elevate it somewhat.
Yeah, it can be sometimes medication. It can be a lot of things. That's why I'm saying that they may need to make adjustments to the medication. I don't know what they're taking. So, and that's where somebody needs to keep an eye on you, and you need to be able to consult with and go back and forward. I don't have the time to do that. So they can keep an eye on and see and make some adjustments. Whether you use somebody like Barkay or you find some carnivore MD in your area, or naturopathic ND, naturopathic carnivore doctor, or even, there are a number of other people out there that do provide different services. So it's for these sort of conditions, but you need somebody that does know how to read the lab works and know whether certain things are working or not. So, and how you're progressing as well. So I would not neglect this sort of stuff. You've had it for many years, and if you've had it for many years, I suspect there is a certain level of fatty liver. And if you've got the same genetics as me, you may have a higher requirement for choline than other people. If you told me you're Han Chinese, I'd probably say, oh, you've probably got endogenous capability. 76% of them have, and I wouldn't even recommend it to you. But that's just one population. Majority of the rest of the world are completely the opposite. So they tend to require it in the diet, and in many cases don't get enough. So muscle meat alone ain't going to cut it. Let's put it that way. Especially if you've got an underlying condition. If you've been ancestral your whole life, the small amount of choline you get from the certain amount of choline you get from the diet is probably more than enough to export fat, to do all the different biological processes, to methylate and stuff like that. But we were never born ancestrally right through. So our requirements go up because we're trying to heal, reverse a lot of things. That's the difference why, supplements are there or organ meats, which are higher in some of these nutrients, to fix deficiencies and correct things in our body. It's a bit like Terry Walsh, that had MS. She's a doctor in the US, and she was in basically one of those, what do they call those chairs they have where they're like zero gravity type chairs, or whatever they're called.
Inversion table?
Nah, it's a sort of a chair that you sit in, and it creates has a similar a zero gravity effect on the body. I don't remember. And she used to go around in a wheelchair as well, just getting herself around. Now she basically cycles and does long distance cycling and stuff like that. Where people on MS just get worse and worse and worse. And what she does is she consumes high amounts of organ meats. Now, I wouldn't recommend those sort of areas, those sort of levels, because, for most people, you don't need that. You may end up with over-vitaminosis. But she was so depleted because she was on a plant-based diet for decades that her body is craving for those nutrients. And so the more she puts those nutrients in, the more she'll get to some stage where the body, she'll start hating liver. It'll taste really awful to her because the body will be saying, I don't need any more. I've got enough. I'm sorted. Stop giving me this sort of food. So, in the past, we used to just provide it to young children that were growing and needed more nutrient-dense foods, and to pregnant women. Not to adults. Adults may have, they've caught an animal, they'll cut a bit like a multivitamin, a little slither of it, and share it amongst the people that had just had the kill. and share the majority of it to the young children and pregnant women in the tribe, because that's the traditional way of doing, to give them nutrient density, like a super multivitamin. Yeah, but exactly. So depending on where you are and what your requirements are, they can vary. I don't like fishy fish, but I don't mind bassa. Do people say it's dirty? Don't know. What have you heard, Jonathan?
So bassa over here, at least, is a cheap white fish, very low in fat. I think the idea is it's a bit like tilapia, because there's quite a big thing against tilapia, basically. It's a bit like that, I think.
Okay. So why do people call it dirty?
I think it's just the toxicity of, the mercury or the whatever's in the water,
Yeah, but a lot of those white fish, they don't bioaccumulate. The small ones especially, they don't bioaccumulate much mercury anyway.
So you got the selenium as well too.
That's exactly right. I do have a video, Nathan. It's called about mercury. If you Google my name and mercury, and it will give you every single piece of seafood and the selenium, the mercury to selenium ratio. And the lower the ratio, it means the less, the more selenium and less, in comparison, mercury is in the fish. And selenide, which is a modified version of selenium, can actually chelate mercury and a number of cadmium and a number of other heavy metals and remove them from the body. So in some cases, some fish are so high in selenium and so low in mercury, they actually a great detox food. So that's the funny thing. So yeah, anyone that needs to detox heavy metals, consider some of these fish, some of these seafoods. Actually, the crustaceans, for some bloody reason, are actually even better. They've got shitloads of selenium, bugger all. Bugger all sort of levels of mercury or anything else. So it's, let alone they've got shitloads of copper, zinc, magnesium, potassium, you name it, they've got it. It's just off the show. I remember one guy, a paleo guy years ago, he was a biochemist, and he actually did like looking at the bullshit, Matt LeBlanc or something like that his name was. He's a young person. He was I liked his personality. He was, really had one of those get up and go type personalities, and he sort of went really right through and actually just showed the bullshit that people were believing about a lot of this sort of stuff, and just was showing the nutrient density in animal foods was just off the show for many of them in comparison, and let alone we don't need as much. G'day, nah. Paul Mason said that if you eat corn, yeah. I think it's, if you actually have a tortilla, you actually pretty much you can actually, I think the experiment was they had oysters with tortillas, and which is really high in zinc, and they got 0. It was all bound by anti-nutrients.
Yeah, that's what I try to make that point in some of my videos. Like, people add all these things to their nutrition charts, like their data sheets, whatever, and it's like, oh, I've got this much zinc, this much magnesium, this much. I'm like, if you're having a mixed diet, you're probably not going to get most of that, if any. You end up having to eat way more food just to get anything in. So
yeah, precisely. Oops. Keep on doing this. Knocking. It gets stuck in my ear drum. Luckily, I don't lose it. Otherwise, because it's darker, I'd be struggling to try and find where the other one. I have to find the other one tomorrow when there's be more light in here, because these lights are a bit on the orangey, and they create a contrast with my darker carpet, and I just can't work out where things are if I lose anything. Cause just, especially when it's black like this, it doesn't stand out. It's just give up. I'll find it tomorrow somewhere down here. Yeah, it's people just don't realize that, you take out the plants, and you've just taken out a whole lot of chelating agents, that are going to bind and remove it from the ability to be absorbed. It's just, the worst thing you can do. Amongst this set of large cities, Miami is projected to have double diabetes rate of nearly 19% by 2030. Miami is following New Orleans and Charlotte, March 30th, 2020. Well, the reason why Miami is going to have higher numbers is there is a confounding variable, and that is there's a lot of retirees that retire down in Miami. So they do make up that larger percentage. So it's a bit confounded based on the population demographics. You've got to take that into consideration. You've got to look at a population wide to basically really do proper numbers in that regard. And actually, Northern Europeans have lower than even Chinese. And the reason for that is because Chinese tend to be more tofu, thin on the outside, fat on the inside. They tend to have less fat stores, unless they come from northern China. Northern Chinese tend to have that. That's how I know somebody's come from northern China or southern China. They come from northern China, they tend to become, overweight and much larger, and they can become obese, morbidly obese, like Europeans, where southern Chinese can't, because they just don't have, they're more close to the tropical sort of environment. They don't have as many fat cells. All about, energy storage in an environment which is, you've adapted to, both for insulating purposes, but also for purposes of energy storage that are much higher, because food availability, especially in certain winter months, can be problematic. But it also means that some of these people have the ability to biosynthesize new fat cells. And if you've got that ability, some people do, especially the ones that become morbidly obese, they may become morbidly obese but not diabetic. Because as long as you can engage the Randall cycle and store that excess energy, it's when you can't store it anymore you become diabetic, because you can't get it out of the bloodstream. So, and that's when you get this over amplification then of insulin at that stage. Once you get to that sorry state at the end, and that over activation of insulin eventually causes a lot of cellular damage and problems in the body, and also damages your pancreas over time. So so people that are tofus can actually have far more worse health issues, even though they don't look it. So but that's just a side issue. The key thing is, when it comes to diabetes, I think that the Miami issue is confounded by a higher number of retirees that retire there. So I think it's skewed. Well, that's my personal opinion anyway. I heard some stuff about taurine that he supplemented chronically can downregulate GABA, leading to more excitatory, etc. Is that true? Not really. I haven't actually seen any sort of stuff of that sort. So
I would have thought it would upregulate itself and resensitize itself pretty quickly. You know, if
But see,
taurine's not our day to day,
yeah,
then
yeah, but taurine doesn't upreguate. It doesn't. The problem is what Nar doesn't understand is this is probably an opinion that people are making out there because they don't understand taurine the way it works. It doesn't upregulate anything. It regulates things. It's a completely different concept. Like if you have high blood pressure, it'll bring it down to lower levels, to normal levels. If you've got low blood pressure, it'll bring it up. So it's not decreasing blood pressure, it's regulating blood pressure. So it's a completely different.
What I mean is, because we have it in our diets, like we're meant to have it in our diets daily, just for the foods we eat, does the body resensitize to it like quicker? Like I can use some medications and, you know, I can use it for a week, be fine, day off, then the day after that is fine. Some medications might take another week to resensitize to that same dose.
Medication works differently. It's like a blunt instrument. It's closing a number of pathways in a blunt way. I'll give you an example. Taurine actually is a calcium channel blocker. Now, there's medication that does the same thing, but channel blockers are very different. Taurine actually regulates calcium in such a way, one, to achieve homeostasis, but also to excrete or take in. And its channel blocking is via an indirect method. So it's not like a direct hard thing that a drug does. So it acts as a channel blocker, but it's not a real channel blocker. It's what it's doing is it's making sure it's pushing certain ions inside the cell and pulling others outside the cell. So it's trying to get more potassium and magnesium inside the cell and more calcium, serum calcium, and sodium inside the bloodstream. And that's exactly what we should have, because if you look at ocean water, which is where all life began, you know, on the outer side of cells or organisms, was pretty much bathed in a world of high calcium and high sodium. That's the natural environment to have on the extracellular side. And this is what it regulates. So it uses this sort of the channel blocking in order to force the gradient to be changed to the proper homeostasis. So it's setting the right homeostasis between the ions, between the different fluids. So it sort of acts, but it's not like a blunt instrument. And it's the same thing with GABA. It increases GABA when it's low, but it also will bring down GABA when it's too high. It'll bring it to normal physiological ranges. It regulates it. It's a different thing altogether. It's not basically increasing it. There are other compounds that will increase GABA, you know, just will increase it, and they could potentially create some sort of derangement where you've got far too much GABA in the system. Taurine doesn't do that. It's one of those things. It's a master regulator. So no. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't understand taurine. They think, oh, it increases this, so if you have too much, it potentially can create a problem. It's because they're so ignorant about exactly what it does. You know, they end up making this. They misunderstand things. You know, so how it works. So nope, doesn't work like that. Yes, I do. I definitely do. Yes, I'm definitely a foodie. Thanks for those little treats.
Nuggets.
I did enjoy those too. Yes, carnivore chicken nuggets without the seed oils, which is what we get in the general stuff when you buy it out there. Kalimera kesesenan. What's your opinion on using dextrose pre-post workout to support high intensity training done in a daily base? I'm not really into dextrose, mate. I don't think Jonathan uses that sort of stuff either.
No, I mean, when I've used that before, it just gave me a stomach ache. That's when I was on a non-ancestrally appropriate, species-specific sort of diet. I didn't notice benefit from it, and I just got gut distress. My training was no better for it. I think if you're fat adapted, you're not going to benefit from it. Some people say, if it sort of alleviates some of the problems some people have with the gluconeogenesis pathway. But I think if you're fat adapted and you just give it time, it's going to happen a lot quicker rather than just trying to find ways to slow that process down. So I think just eat a proper diet, really.
Yeah, exactly. It's stick to eating species appropriate, and sort of once you do carnivore diet and you become fat adapted, and your body relies more and more on fat, it still will use glucose. Muscles still use glycogen, but there's also a translocation that happens of your fat stores inside the muscles closer to the filaments where those contractile events take place, and so, and contribute then far more to that creatine cycle that happens as well. So that's really, and they can actually support those, the restoration of glycogen stores as well. So it's, but that happens, it's an adaptation that happens over a certain length of time. How do we know this? Well, they did, Steve Finney and Jeff Volker did a lot of studies doing this. They had two low carb academics. Steve Finney now's retired. He's not in. Jeff Volker is still in academia. And they used to use a number of athletes, and they would biopsy them every hour, or sometimes even half hour. And they would make sure that, and that's how they were able to determine all these sort of effects that were happening inside the muscle cells. So, and we're able to demonstrate that once you become fat adapted, those transition problems go away completely. So you don't need this sort of stuff. And it does. Yeah, Alien Drone just put it there. Yeah, Dr. Stephen Finney and Dr. Jeff Volker. Volek. That's it, Volek. Thank you. Always mispronounce his name. So yeah, they're definitely the doctors that actually did a lot of the research in that area. So I mean, yeah, and you don't need this sort of, as Jonathan said, it's really bad for your stomach, that sort of stuff, these alcohol, sugars and stuff like that. They're just really bad. People use these sort of things. I don't know what other alcohol or other sugars are people using out there, like nowadays. Or is this the key popular one?
This one, maltodextrin. There's one called Holly Branch Cyclic Dextrin. It's meant to be like a very simplified sugar, basically. People use that, and they use that in massive amounts intra-workout. As they're doing the workout, they might use 50 to 100 grams.
Shit, really that high?
Your body won't even burn through that much or oxidize that much in that amount of time anyway.
God. I mean, you don't need any gluconeogenesis if you're doing that amount. God, that's just massive. Yeah. That's just a bloody hell. No, I would say, Yorgos, I would say no. I would not basically do any of that sort of stuff. You don't need it. And long term, you're going to you end up causing yourself health problems. And a lot of these alcohol sugars, starch-based sugars, because there are starch-based sugars as well that they've created in labs. There's some sort of lactate type products as well that they've created. A lot of these sort of things, they tend to be very high in deuterium as well. So even from an energy point of view, that's going to cause some level of deuterium, some sort of mitochondrial damage in the long run, especially if consumed in higher amounts. Anything that's energy and it's got high deuterium, it's basically a recipe for mitochondrial harm in the long run. A lot of young people consume a lot of carbohydrates. They still can heal fast. They've still got high mitochondrial density, but as they get older and older, that density drops and drops and drops. And then they suffer more health problems. So we want to maintain mitochondrial density into old age as much as possible, because that will guarantee better healing and just better functioning into old age. Because once you damage your mitochondria, it's a hell of a lot harder to repair them, I can tell you.
That's what I'm trying to tell people, that they think, oh, I've got a standard, typical sort of diet, I'm fine. It's like, yeah, you might be fine for now, but give it 5-10 years down the line, or whatever amount. You might be fine for 20 years, but you hit a point where your health will suffer for it.
Yeah, you'll suffer severely, and you'll pay for it long term. And it's not an easy thing to reverse once you've done that damage. I agree with you, Jonathan, completely. Up syndrome, yes. What's a pig exact natural diet? Do pigs end up storing seed oils like us if pigs are fed crap cooked in seed oils? Yes, they can store PUFA, but there's a difference with a piggy compared to our system. Pigs have the ability, they will actually take some of that deuterium and they will put it in like their collagen structures and their hooves and stuff like that, in certain other areas in their body, far more effectively than we can. Don't ask me why. They can also detox much better. They've got better detoxification pathways than we have. Actually, they are the one. That's why they say pigs can roll in their own shit, because they have fantastic detox and immune systems. They are an exceptional animal at lowering deuterium and detoxing, and being able to deal with a lot of pathogens in the environment. You got to take your hat off for the animal. It's just one of those animals with exceptional abilities, where I would not touch with a barge pole, a high seed oil. So if I was to, let's say, give pure seed oil to a cow and to a pig, and you told me you can eat only one of them, I'd eat the pig. I wouldn't eat the cow, because the cow doesn't have that ability to eliminate that problematic deuterium as the piggy has. This is why the pig has much lower deuterium levels, even the ones that are not free foraging. They've actually done some of the studies. There's not much difference, a couple of parts per million, where you take tallow from a grain-fed animal. This is not even a seed oil. It's eating grains, and which are much lower than seed oil, which seed oil is 250 5 parts per million. Grains are around about the 145 to 155, depending on the grain and whatever. So those sort of things. And the tallow and butter from a grain-fed animal will be 120 parts per million, around about that. A piggy that's consuming seed oil, I'm not kidding you, they do feed some in certain parts of the world. They feed them everything, just garbage. They're like garbage machines. And even these pigs will only get up to about 119, 117. They'll still be lower than a grain-fed animal, even though they're consuming double the amount of seed oil. Or, sorry, double the amount of deuterium they're taking in. This is the reason why they have even lower than ruminants in terms of deuterium levels in their body. When we look at bacon and stuff like that, it's really low. Actually, bacon is a complete food, which also has protein. Protein tends to have more, but you don't oxidize protein necessarily. It's actually got less than actually the pig itself. The pig is about 115 and bacon's 113. And the pig fat is lard is 115, which is 2 parts per million higher than actually. And then you can see an animal that's eating grains and other things and seed oils and all that has a level of 117 to 119, which isn't massive between 115, 2 parts or 4 parts, where a ruminant has the same levels there, because it's eating grass, which is very low deuterium, the grass, because of solar, the solar effect, and it can have down to the sort of 115 range, like the pig as well, 114 in some cases, and all that, which is grass fed and grass finished. But when it comes to eating grains and all that, it pops right up to the 120 mark, 122, plus or whatever, when it's grain finished, that is. So, because most even ruminants are all grass fed and grown, and then they just finished, some of them, in the end. And some dairy farmers, they won't feed them, they still feed them grass, but also they'll feed them a bit of grain, additional grain, especially in certain months when things are dry periods, when there's not enough grass around. So that's the thing, that's when it goes up. So summer months and stuff like that, the milk's going to have slightly higher deuterium, and spring. But it's still below the 130 mark, so it's not in the unsafe levels. But piggy, what? Just give me a sec. Sorry, Jonathan.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you guys. So lard over here in the UK is like 42 pence, something like 50 American cents. It's about half the price of beef tallow over here as well. So I'm surprised more people aren't getting into that, especially what Harry just said about the deuterium levels and it being what 117, 120 parts per million versus tallow, which is, I think it's about 130, something like that. Harry's back.
I'm just going to mute myself for a sec because I need to call Dad. He's calling me for some bloody reason.
Yeah, that's right. We'll have a look at the next question. Yeah, I think it would include the Irish ancestry as well, Nathan. Harry probably answer that question in a sec. I think the calcium in dairy is bioavailable. I think what Harry will probably say is something to do with the vitamin D and vitamin K in your body and being able to assimilate the calcium and store it, basically. It's not that we need a massive amount of calcium. I mean, on my diet, I'm getting about 1 to 1.5 grams per day. Bear in mind, I eat a ton of dairy. So it's, I probably don't even need that much. The recommendations for calcium for the standard diet are a lot higher because people aren't able to sort of utilize it as well because they've not got the cofactors to absorb it and utilize it, I think. Yeah, I think a lot of us didn't get jabbed, actually, Nathan. I think over here in the UK, most people I know have had at least 2, maybe 3. Some people are up to 5 now, I think. Yeah, I mean, I had the illness in February this year. It wasn't too bad. I mean, I think I cleared it in about 3 days, but my symptoms were basically, I was very hot, like extremely hot, like I was in a sauna or something. Mild headache, had a bit of a cough, but it wasn't terrible. But it pretty much matched a flu that I had a few years before, so my body just seemed to tolerate it quite okay, to be honest. So yeah.
false alarm, accidental.
Oh.
And in his pocket, it was basically because my number's at the top of his list, and somehow, yeah, he was calling me constantly.
I never get calls from my parents.
Accidentally, I didn't mean it. Okay. So, yeah, one of those calls.
I tried, Richard.
Do the pastoralists include Irish ancestry? Yes. They've had a strong dairy tradition as well. Most Gaelic type people had quite a lot of pastoralism amongst them. It's not calcium in dairy low bioavailable. There's a lot of ideas along those lines, but as I said, there's opinions that people have, but no. Obviously, you still need vitamin D for any calcium absorption, whether it's coming from meat or any source, still plays a role. So if you're vitamin D deficient, that can be a problem as well. But we're talking about specific genetics now that people have. And in those days, in the past, people worked outdoors all year round and were mostly outdoors absorbing solar radiation of different varied levels. So they were still getting certain levels of vitamin D. It's the reason why we are lighter skinned. For that reason. There's a whole lot of theories why we actually became lighter skinned. Some say it's Neanderthals are lighter skinned, so we got it from them. We don't really know. There's theorizing, but who cares? It is what it is. I suspect that it had, like, if we got it from them, even if we hadn't got it from them, we probably would have ended up getting it anyway because we're in more temperate climates. And even if you take a look at the northern Chinese, the North Asians and all that, they're lighter skinned as well. Again, same reasons. So, I mean, so really? G'day, Sarah. How are you? Early in the morning. Crack of dawn. What time is it where you are, Jonathan? It must be getting
10:15 in the morning.
10:15.
Yeah.
So Sarah's, I think she's in. I'm not sure which part of North America she is. Yeah, East Coast, but I'm not sure exactly. Right, Sarah, I can't remember now. US, I think you're US, aren't you? But I could be wrong. I do have Canadian subscribers as well. So hope I haven't offended. So Sophie's, I'm 6 months post baby, getting major hair loss. She'd hair during pregnancy. I take copper for about 3 weeks and hasn't seemed to make a difference. What do you regard hair loss? It's nutrient depletion that is actually happening in that regard, but there's a lot of different nutrients that actually play a role. Sometimes you can have both zinc and selenium levels that the child has actually sucked out of your body, and that can affect your thyroid, so that can also affect hair loss. You'd have to basically do a panel, like, a proper panel, a Canada, okay, and to get a proper panel and see where the nutrients are. I usually recommend to ladies that are pregnant to consider crustaceans because they're very high in a number of minerals. And so you'll get those minerals in and you'll get them in the right balance and stuff like that, because there can sometimes be trace minerals that you need as well, because they all work synergistically to improve that. also sulfur amino acids will help. Taurine plays a role, but MSM seems to play even a better role when it comes to keratin, where taurine will actually be used throughout the body. And I usually find that if women are lactating, for milk production, taurine will be prioritized for certain things like milk production and bile production and things like that, which are necessary for the child and stuff like that as a bigger priority, where MSM sulfur isn't. And MSM sulfur is really good for keratin production and collagen production. So, the binding of collagen together, you really need something. I mean, taurine plays a role with that sort of stuff as well, but MSM will be spared in a sense. By taking MSM, you sort of separate. You're not going to be using it for bile salts or anything like that, and it'll end up being used for those other functions which have to do with collagen, hair, bones, nails, and stuff like that. Yeah, so you'll actually end up getting better results. You'll get thicker hair, stronger nails, and stuff like that by taking MSM. So that's the better option and all that. Obviously, for baby, it's still good to get some taurine in, and it's still good to get those animal foods in. But at the same time, the body is prioritizing for the infant, and so is going to be pushing the nutrients in that direction. And for a number of months, it will prioritize, and then that will sort of level off and come off as it does over time. And that's the reason why a lot of ancestral people prioritize organ meats and stuff like that for pregnant women and lactating women and young children. That's the way it always has happened. So hope that is of some use. Play around with that. I would also check that video of mine, Jonathan, where I do the mercury stuff and all that.
Yeah.
Check that and look at the fish that have got the highest level of and the crustaceans that have got the highest level of selenium as well, to support the thyroid.
Yeah, that's a good shout, actually. Your hunch was right. So I know her blood panel levels of everything pretty much. Her thyroid is on the low side.
Yep.
She's no longer breastfeeding, but the baby and her they're both on taurine. So she's on an adult dose of taurine, but
Yep.
But yeah, I'll say to her, like, have more whole animal foods, the crustaceans, those sort of things.
Yeah, it's just pregnant women and children do require greater, and if the child isn't getting enough, it's going to suck it out of the mother. More of those nutrients. It's just the way it happens. I've seen some vegan women that have, after pregnancy, they look terrible. They've aged dramatically. Yeah,
the baby's well nourished. It's a strong, healthy baby. 17 pounds, 6 months old. It's
pretty good.
It's the big side of normal.
Yes. I was the complete opposite. My younger sister, she was a big baby. She was a really big baby, and I was the complete opposite.
So my brother, I was a little brother. I was 7 pound 4, 7 pound 6 or something. My brother was like 9 pound 6 or 9 pound 11, something like that. Yeah, I'm the taller one now. It's odd.
That was funny. I mean, Sophie just said vegans just look terrible anyway, haha. And it actually held it up. Can you believe that? Just because it had the word vegan in it and terrible.
Oh
God, the AI got agitated. Yes.
Oh,
Sophie, you're a bigot. You've agitated the AI.
Yeah, we see it out in public now. We do see people that you can tell. You look at their their shopping trolleys that goes along the conveyor belt. You see what they're eating. You're like, vegan, zero fat, dairy free. Everything's like plant based as you can get, and you're like, oh my god. And you look at the person with the the trolley and you think, wow, that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy stuff.
Mm.
Nathan, easy. Eggs have a really good source of retinol. The yolks in particular. Then you've basically got also organ meats like liver in particular. Remember, you guys used to consume cod liver oil. Now, most of the preparations of cod liver oil nowadays are problematic at best.
Mm.
It's probably only one company that makes a half decent one, which is Rosita. And for short-term use, I've actually used it for supplemental purposes for certain people, but it's not something that I recommend long-term. It's just, due to even though their product, third party, doesn't show any aldehydes or rancidity, but over time, anything that's outside of food matrix will start degrading and can be a problem, depending on the longer you have something. Even when I was buying Rosita and using cod liver oil, I was basically storing it in the fridge. I didn't have it out, even though they say you can have it out. Nah, I had it in the fridge.
I always keep my stuff in the fridge. Any fish oil, cod liver oil, get good quality one, like Harry says.
Yeah. So I definitely did that. But nowadays I've just eliminated those things altogether because, they're just, best to stay away from them because of the ability for them to break down. They're not in a food matrix. It's best to eat real food in a food matrix. It's far more stable. The PUFAs from the animal foods. Estrogen. What about estrogen? Yes, exactly. Liver, butter. Yeah, butter as well. Yeah, it's a very good source of vitamin A. So, and look, a lot of people that I say to people, you can use butter on anything. It's just such a nice type of fat. And you guys in Ireland, in particular, Nathan, you pretty much you got wall-to-wall grass-fed animals. I mean, the whole even in the UK, there's a lot of grass-fed animals because there's so much green around. You really should, be enjoying those animal fats from dairy sources because they're going to be lower in deuterium because the animals are outdoors eating grass. And in many cases, even from those sort of, there's when it comes to the British Isles, Icelandic, and some parts of and many parts of Scandinavia, there's a lot of this hardy grass. This hardy grass has much higher levels of things like vitamin D, omega 3s, and all sorts of things, and that's why it has a deeper yellow. So it's the reason why you guys are lucky in that sense. I mean, in Tasmania, we're similar, sort of lucky and privileged, and you should take advantage of those sort of foods, very much so.
Yeah, it's something I get for a ton of butter.
Oh, look, it's really good. It's a really good, it's a really good fat. With the medium chain triglycerides in there, the short chain fatty acids and all that, they have a lot of it, and it's not excessive. Because excessive medium chain triglycerides, like you find in coconut products or medium chain triglyceride problems, some Europeans can have a sensitivity to excess amounts of medium chain triglycerides. So that where in butter, it's at that lower range, which is perfect. So did she? She said Fauci was wonderful. Well, look, I mean, we don't take advice from actors or actresses or musicians or, people of the arts and all that. They got no idea. They got really no idea. They just basically have been brought up like a lot of other people to believe an expert knows what they're saying. And all they're doing is just regurgitating the same thing. I don't think she's in any way an evil person sort of promoting this sort of stuff. It's just like a lot of other people in the society who just basically think that the experts know best. They've been brought up, brainwashed in that way, and they're just as a victim due to ignorance than anything else. So I wouldn't read too much into what she said. Let's not demonize everyone in society. Not every, I mean, we can go a bit too far. Yeah, look, it does. Eggs, because eggs have got also a lot of sulfur amino acids in them as well, which is really good for, collagen and keratin and stuff like that. So, so that's another. And butter's got a lot of the fat soluble vitamins, which are very important to regulate the collagen degrading enzymes. That sort of turnover, and when regulated properly, function properly in turning over collagen structures within the body and building things up and breaking things down in an appropriate way. So yeah, animal foods are very rich in those and do much better. Yep, well stated, Richard. Very well stated. It's from Nathan.
Cheers, Nathan.
Yes, I suspect they didn't.
Yeah.
Yes, if only my father would listen. He said, he's not going to do any more, he said. I said, yeah. You had to get to the level where you basically end up with a lot of clots in your left leg to wake up to yourself. Yeah. He goes, yes. You don't need to make it so obvious, your criticism, son. I go, just didn't say anything after that. It has actually been isolated and also been its genetic code has been encoded as well. So we have the full genome. It's actually recently published. It was only recently published. They'd actually done it a while back, but I wasn't aware of it. And not many people are aware of it because it was just recently published. And the group in Australia that did it actually got an award for it. So we can take genetic material and actually do a full sequence, a genomic sequence, like we do with a whole lot of other species, viruses, bacteria, chimpanzees, humans. Remember the Genome Project for humans? We do have the ability to basically do a full genomics on anything we like. We've got now very sophisticated machines that can actually do a lot of genomics very fast. But when you're dealing with viruses, because they're so tiny, in order to be able to extract sufficient, it takes a bit longer. In the early days, they just were able to extract for the spike, and that's what they used. And that was primarily because for the vaccines. But then eventually some labs, like this one in Australia at the ANU, they actually did the full genomics. Obviously, they still didn't. They provided that information, but it was more as you could say, an academic activity than anything else. But it didn't. But the pharmaceutical companies weren't interested. They just wanted to be able to create a whole lot of spikes. So I think one of the Chinese labs also apparently has done it as well. That's what they've stated, but I don't know. Can't confirm it. I haven't seen the research. So, where the Australian research group actually published their with all the images and everything. So, but in the early days, none of us knew. None of us, even I was arguing that it hasn't been fully isolated in that regard. So you were, so was valid up until very recently when they published the stuff, and it was done very silently. I just happened to come across it very accidentally, because I look at a lot of the actual published literature in Australia as well, where other people don't. Everybody's looking at North America. I look around the world. I look at, places like even Iran research. That's how I found out about the research project of the South Australian company that was actually producing with Iranian money a vaccine that was slightly different than the others. It had the ability to block replication. It had a new feature. So if that was used on everybody, you would actually stop COVID replication passing on to other people, because it actually did a cleavage on the receptor site and actually prevented this thing from happening and then sort of replicating in a certain way and passing on to other people. So it actually had this sort of blocking effect, so couldn't then allow the thing to access and then continue replicating. So it was a very interesting novel. Now, as I said at the time, and still they haven't friggin' published their information completely. They just provided a general way of the mechanism. They've actually vaccinated with this vaccine a whole lot of people, a number of millions of people in Iran. We haven't seen any side effects or any stories coming out of there, even from the opposition groups. So it seems, because it's a protein-based like Novavax, we didn't see any, because it doesn't replicate. But it has this other novel feature. And the whole reason why I said, look, as if people were desperate to hold their job and they had to do something, I said Novavax. But, otherwise, there was this other one, but I still was on the fence about this new process that it actually has. But I haven't seen their latest research. They haven't published anything yet. So without that, I can't endorse something as an option under any circumstances. But I think to a large extent, the cat's out of the bag. My issue is I'm in two frames of mind. I can't make up my mind on this. I'm really annoyed about this whole issue, the whole jabberoo type misadventure that we were all forced to endure as populations around the world. Now, if this South Australian product truly does what it says, it could be a way of eliminating COVID completely out of humanity. Give everybody this, can't replicate, can't go any, mutate any further. You basically prevent it in every single human from transmitting. But is this thing that it does at the cleavage site, this modification, is that dangerous to us? I don't know, because we don't have enough research. If it's not, then it's a method of eliminating this problem. If it is, then it may actually create more problems than it solves in the long run. Currently, the Iranian people are the current experiment, and we'll find out in the next couple of years whether it is or it isn't a disaster for them. So, as I said, I don't know. It's interesting, but still, I'm pretty much on the fence, because these sort of things require 5 to 7 years of efficacy. And we know the mRNA stuff was shit. We know the problems in oncology, people dying after 2 years and all that, even though they weren't dying from cancer, they were dying from unknown reasons. So basically because it causes immunosenescence, and then the cytokine storm kills you. You want to maintain good, healthy immune systems, vitamin D and taurine. That's the only way. Anti-immunosenescent, it limits immunosenescence. And the other thing that vitamin D does, produces new stem cells for immune cells. And then you have the activating effect in the thymus for naive T cells of taurine, and also maintains the proper, more youthful functioning of the thymus into old age. Usually what it is a shrunken thymus with less with very few naive T cells and with more cytokine type T cells, and which tend, if they're not very well regulated on top, tend to basically create severe cytokine storms that kill the elderly. That's why the elderly are more susceptible, because of immunosenescence. So, and why does that happen? Well, less animal foods in the diet of elderly people nowadays, and less vitamin D and poorer vitamin D status, because they're in bloody nursing homes and they get very little exposure to the sun anymore. Everybody's concerned about skin cancer, which is the seed oils in the skin, which is actually the thing that is actually getting oxidized by the UV. Take that garbage out of the diet and you don't have those problems of skin cancer. We didn't have them in the past. Now we do, because we've changed the fatty acid composition of our skins, well, of all our cells in our body, and created far more problems than you can poke a stick at. But anyway, I think I've covered that sort of stuff. I went on a rant, because everything's interconnected, as you can see, and I can see all these interconnections. That's how I view the world, in an interconnected way, that everything is sort of related in one way to another thing. Cancer patients reported to be tired all the time. Maybe they are not producing enough energy. Basically, that is exactly it. Yes,
they can't eat enough as well because of the drugs they're on.
Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, but in the end, you know, you've still got a reverse Krebs cycle that's happening in a lot of their cells, sucking in more deuterium and producing more lactate. So we really need to stop that by eliminating the deuterium levels. So that's never going to, the current approach is not going to, it just makes things worse. Zach, how are you, mate? Had a thought the other day. Would injecting deuterium depleted water positively reverse skin cancer? I got no idea, mate. It's a novel approach. Could cause yourself a skin infection, potentially.
I wouldn't try it.
So,
let your body do the work, I think.
Yeah. I think you just have to basically consume deuterium depleted water to lower the deuterium level of your overall body. Because it doesn't really matter if you've got, it's basically the entire body, and the fluids move around. And as those fluids move around, they do move to deuterium around the body as well. So it's still needed in some places. Deuterium is still needed in the collagen tissue. So, structural material actually makes collagen much more, robust, stiffens it up, gives it greater rigidity. So it has its purpose. And certain birds have concentrated into their sort of skeletal structure much more than many other animals. So it's probably why birds have got very low deuterium. I'm sort of wondering, does that mean that if that's the case, then dinosaurs, because they're related to dinosaurs, would have had lower deuterium levels in their flesh, more in their bones? And if that was the case, maybe they had longer lives as well, way longer than we think about. So interesting. Anyway, Adrian, how are you, mate? Good to have you here. Oh yeah, Pearl Jam, yeah. Oh, that's right. That's what seemed familiar. Friggin' hell. I used to listen to them. I still have some of their music, but I haven't listened to it for ages now. Occasionally I do hear it on the radio, but on the 80s channel, 80s and 90s channel, which is one of them down here, which is sort of what they call the oldies or whatever. Anyway, somebody's getting cheap meat. Zach is. Good for him. Yes. Richard started the music. Oh, that was probably when I was starting to sing. God. It's that bloody Bart K. It's his fault. He wound me up about taurine. Because I did a live stream. Sorry, not a live. I did a recorded thing with Pim covering it all. So at some stage I will go back to Pim, and we're going to do one on sort of the brain and neurology and stuff like that. So it'll be a long sort of session, just covering everything that has to do with the brain and things like anxiety, like epilepsy, and all sorts of things that taurine plays an important role in regulating a whole lot of different areas too. So the other stuff was sort of general about the peripheral tissue. The next one that we'll do it together.
Yeah, Pim's my next video that's up. We'll talk about carb cravings and addiction, basically. Yeah,
she's good value when it comes to this sort of stuff and the addictions and stuff like that. She's very well versed in that space, much better than I am. I sometimes have had conversations with her in those regards. Yeah, I think she's undervalued and underrated in our community, unfortunately. Which is just really unfortunate, when she does really a lot of good work. And a lot of people, because of the food environment that we live in, suffer with a lot of addictions. And even when they go carnivore, they constantly cheat and stuff like that. And even I had some issues like that, which I've sort of minimized, but it's taken me a long time to sort of be able. I mean, the longest I actually did like pure keto clean, not an ounce doing, was 6 months. And then I cheated. I blamed my brother Sean. It was, I can't remember whose birthday, whether it was his or mine. I can't remember now, but I do blame him. I think it was mine. Anyway, he tried to justify that I should have alcohol and stuff like that. It all fell apart after that.
It was yesterday as well.
Yeah, it went from drinking to a number of months of many inappropriate things, ice cream, alcohol, you name it. And then I realized, I said, what am I doing? And then I stopped it and just said, look, I'll occasionally have it. Yeah, I know. Hello Kitty. She reminds me. Oh, and the Kate's here as well. I just noticed. Kate, hello. James. Who else is Bjorn? How are you, mate? Justice G, how are you? And DJ Projectors, Annika, and who else? Dave, g'day, mate. I'm that far behind, aren't I? Bloody hell, Angela, g'day, hello. I can't see anyone else. Okay, I'm getting there slowly. As usual, what hasn't changed. But Hello Kitty goes, B complex. Yes, B complex and choline for an alcohol, post-alcohol, export the fat out of the liver, be complex because you end up using too many. One thing is, if you have like post-alcohol, you take like 2 or 3 B complexes, the next day you don't have a hangover at all. It's really, you deplete your B vitamins, which is the key thing, because you can detox very fast once you got B complex in. If you don't have enough B vitamins, it takes much longer to, because it's just not enough of the cofactors for the detoxification to happen faster. So that's another thing. And it does also vary between people, whether they're a fast detoxer or not. It has to do with genetics as well. I'm one of those faster. The next day I'm fine. Some people that are very slow, it may take them like, 3 tablets rather than 2 B complex, and it may take them till the early morning before they've started sobering up completely and clearing it out of their system. I usually encourage people to take 2 before and 2 after, and that usually means that they won't even get very drunk. They'll get a bit tipsy, but they won't get like plastered as well. unless they really push the envelope. Some people can do that. The downside is that if you're a heavy drinker, it could work against you. It may go, oh, I'm not really getting really plastered. I need to drink more.
I can't get drunk easily. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I can't get drunk easily either, which is a really bad thing. And so it means that I'll end up drinking more and more, so it's not a good thing. It's because I've got genes that actually allow me to detox coffee very fast. And it's the same pathway that gets rid of coffee, caffeine, gets rid of drugs very quickly. It's why drugs, caffeine, alcohol, things like that can clear out of my system much faster than other people. Some people have poor detox pathways, which means they're much slower. If you've got good detox pathways, Jonathan, and you can clear out and you can't get easily drunk, well, that means you've probably got some longevity genes, because they are part of the longevity genes as well.
That's good to know.
So consider
I've
yourself lucky.
I've done that gene test. Yeah, I'm like you, I think.
By keeping it clean most of the time, you'll get that extra benefit. So
I need that. Being 6'1" and heavy, I'm going to need it.
I got my kombucha as well tonight.
All the longevity I can get. Nice.
It's just one of the.
My brother's just the same as me.
It's an apple pear ginger kombucha. I try the different ones all the time because they have different strains of bacteria, beneficial bacteria. So just to get a wide variety. So I don't always drink the same brand. I do shift. Even though I do like this a bit more, I don't want to get just one. I want to get a lot of different if I'm going to do with kombucha. It's my new, what do I call it? My alcohol replacement thing. Kombucha. Did casein fall out of favor in the bodybuilding community? It's being displaced by whey protein, and latter being more insulinogenic. Was that a good move, or just marketing sway people? If ever true, I'll leave that with you.
Yeah, so it seems that the majority of people that I know with intolerances or allergies to the milk proteins, that's casein and whey, most of them tend to fall in the bracket of casein. So casein's what's giving them the issues. So they might be fine with whey protein, but casein gives them more issues. Casein is slow digesting, so people would often think to take it for bed because you get a slow release. The reality is you just need to spike it with enough leucine, and it takes a long time to digest. So if you're a bodybuilder trying to eat 5 meals a day, having something slow digesting isn't going to be that great. You want something, like I like eggs in the morning before I go to the gym because that digests quite nicely for me. And whey protein after I quite like. That's just me. Most people that are doing like a species appropriate diet, they're fine just eating steak and eggs and some fish, liver, organs, whatever.
Yeah, it does make a big difference in that regard. And as you said, it's the big thing is the casein sensitivity that some people have, and also the digestibility, especially when you're trying to pack in 4 grams, and that's a lot of meat, to try and get it from meat. And if you want to actually don't want to go that high and don't want to have as many meals, because some people, I know some people do, but let's say you're a working person, it's going to be really hard to do 5 meals with work. 3 meals are much easier. And then you can throw in a couple of supplements, protein supplements in between those meals, because you can do that very easily at work. So I think that's
5 meals seems to be about the max I'm seeing anyone benefit from. And even then the benefit is marginal. It's so marginal. It's not the be all end all sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's the reason why whey became more popular for those sort of purposes. But also there's another component to it. Some of the early bodybuilders back in the golden age were very heavily into using a lot of sort of milk and eggs. It was really big. They were creating these milk smoothies and egg combination. So they would buy like you can still buy it. I mean, I can't remember the US company in California that produces it, but they have like a powdered milk supplement that you can actually buy, and you combine it with a whole lot of like raw eggs and just sort of mix it all up and sort of drink it. They used to drink, heaps of these sort of supplements. That was the early sort of supplements before whey and casein and all these other things came out. It was the sort of the original bodybuilding. It was a sort of a powdered milk product, and they used to have a powdered milk, and later on they actually created a powdered egg product as well. And they used to combine the two together, and then obviously whey and casein displaced both of those supplements. Very few. Very rarely when you mention to bodybuilders, not many people are aware that they used to have these two supplements in the past. Most people are completely clueless about that reality. I mean, I know you're aware of those sort of things, but many out there, especially the younger bodybuilders, don't even know that it exists. Can still buy it, but it's I think it's only one company in the US that actually produces the milk powder. When it comes to the like egg powders, there's quite a few companies because they produce a lot also for the the hotel. A lot of the egg powders that are used for the hotel type
Scrambling
stuff like that, scrambling and stuff like that. And so that's a bit more wider available. There are more companies that produce it nowadays, so that's easy to get. It's sort of the egg powder, which is really hard. The only other powder you can actually get nowadays quite a bit around is in terms of like supermarket egg powder. It tends to be goat powder. That's I don't know about like the UK, but in Australia, the Woolworths supermarket, which is like our big supermarket, one of the big supermarket chains, one of the big ones, it's Coles and Woolworths.
We used to have Woolies.
Yeah. And so those two are the big dominant players, and Woolworths does have this sort of powdered milk, goat-based powdered milk that they sell. So they've had it for some time now. So it's not recent. It's been a product that's been around for some time. So just surprised. Because I usually do mention it to the US crowd, and they go, "No, we don't have anything like that." And they go, "It must be an Australian thing."
I think it is. Yeah, we can get milk protein powder over here. So both the whey and casein mixed together in its like natural original state. Whey isolate casein, all that sort of stuff. But goat, no, nothing like
that. Okay, so it must be just a specialized Australian thing.
Lucky.
Yeah. I mean, I was quite surprised when I saw it. I go, and then I asked a number of other people, like in North America, they said, "No, we can't get it. We don't have it." And I know in South America, they don't have it in Brazil. They don't have it in Mexico, any places like that. And so, yeah, I was quite surprised just asking around to see, but I'd never ask anybody in the UK. So, now I'm asking you, and you say, well, yeah. And it makes sense that you'd have more bovine anyway, because it's, the UK is sort of
lamb and beef
Ireland,
over here.
UK. It's where, and I know in southern the southern parts of Europe, like Greece, Italy, and places like that, most of the goat milk, they use it very little. I mean, in the villages, they may still consume it raw, but most of it just goes directly for yogurts and for cheese, for nothing else. Doesn't even go for milk mostly. Very rarely, even in Greece, you don't get, unless you're in the village, forget it, trying to get goat milk in a supermarket, let alone powdered or anything like that. Absolutely zero amount. So quite surprised when I saw it. I go, really? So it is an Australian product. So it is local in that regard. But and in South Australia, which is another place, you can actually get camel's milk and what was the other one you can get? And they do provide raw camel's milk, and it's only suitable for animals. Say no more.
Hmm.
And most of them are four-legged
Too
animals
good
that are
for you
basically.
peasants.
It's mostly two-legged animals that are basically consuming it.
Mhm.
That's the way of getting around the rules.
Hmm.
Hello to you as well, Angela. Oh, that's the I think the bassa.
Hmm.
Yeah, they farm. Yeah, they farm at barramundi as well, and a couple of other fish in Vietnam as well. So there's a number of fish that are farmed in those sort of areas. Okay. Oh yeah. Well, you definitely don't want to be eating fish that's gone off. Definitely not. It won't go down well. Yeah. Well, I don't buy bassa anyway, so I do buy Australian barramundi, but unfortunately, the majority of Australian barramundi is farmed in Queensland, so it's unfortunate. Have you ever tried barramundi?
No, I've not tried that one yet. My stepdad does a lot of fishing, so when he goes abroad to like Costa Rica or Mexico or something, he usually takes his rods with him and catches whatever the local catches. He's tried all these things, and he likes all these sort of exotic sort of fish. My favorite is probably mackerel or halibut.
Okay. Yeah, we have mackerel down here, and I have to say I do like mackerel.
Mm.
I actually like mackerel far more than sardines. So I know
It's more
people
tasty, I think.
yeah, it's much nicer. It's a much nicer taste. I do like cod as well. It's a nice fish as well. And you can boil it as well and bake it. It's you can do a lot of things with cod.
Yeah.
I'm more of a tuna person. I know a lot of people will say, I'm not a big consumer of salmon. I'm not a, I don't mind having a bit of salmon now and then, but it's not my favorite. I just don't. It's not my go-to fish. I would rather have tuna steaks than anything else. So, and I usually get wild caught tuna. So it's all snap frozen. It's wild caught, and so no farmed or anything like that. And that's really nice stuff. I can occasionally get some like down here in the south, like the southeast of Tasmania. There's an area called Pirates Bay. It's on the other side of Eagle Hawk Bay for those people that don't know exactly where it is, and they're in Tasmania. And it's a nice fishing spot.
It's a
I've
secret
fished
one.
I fished in that area quite a lot. There's a really nice calamari just across the jetty. I mean, I'm talking about, it's about 20 meters from the jetty. There's a little island there, and it's a lot of grasses, and all the calamari seasoning, when they come in, they come to sort of in that area where they breed and stuff like that. And there's heaps of them, and all you need is just a 25 odd meters out. You've got a float on. You've got it at a certain distance below, and they'll just come up and just grab it, and you've got it. One night, me and Dad there, we must have filled the jetty up with so much calamari squid. Dad looked at me and said, "No more," because he was
Caught
doing
some
most of the
before
cleaning.
with just bread wrapped up in a ball.
Yeah, exactly. That can actually happen. They can cling on so much. You end up pulling them out, and you go, "Oh, that was easy. How did that happen?" So, yes, it can be a bit like that. Bloody hell, how far am I behind?
Something about foie gras.
Oh yeah. Yes. I was just trying to get an idea of how much. Eric, are you French? You're asking that question. Can't even work out where I'm at. Overshot.
Eric Gomez only fought on foie gras.
Am I much lower down, am I?
No, we're just below what NTL said about the Bassa being farmed and stuff. And Hello Kitty said about dirty rivers.
Mm. Just trying to work out. G'day, Lamps. Just trying to work out what sort of pace and Darkfield Carnivore.
It's probably about 8 to 10, maybe 15 questions, maybe.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah, I found him. So, what's your view on this sort of stuff?
I don't know. I'm an animal lover, really. I don't like things where animals are force fed. I personally wouldn't buy it from an ethical standpoint.
Okay.
What they're fed.
Yeah, they sort of open up their mouth and just shove it shove in the sugary stuff and the corns and
probably not going to be healthy.
That's why I said to Eric, are you French?
I probably wouldn't go for it.
I mean, it is, on a nutrient side, it does have very high minoquinone 4 levels. So K2, it's really good.
Yeah, definitely.
But I sort of, personally, I know that I was never a vegan or vegetarian or anything like that, so I really don't have a lot of, I don't believe in being nasty and evil to animals or anything like that. But if you can force down food into a child and force it to eat certain things, I don't see much difference between that and an animal. You're not torturing it. You're not beating it.
Yeah,
you're just trying to get more food down its throat. Now you may be forcing it, but many parents do that to kids, and so I don't see it as necessarily as the worst thing to do in that regard. Yeah, I know I'm going to have a whole lot of vegans and vegetarians come after me. All I can say, go, that's what I can basically say to them. So I don't really.
It depends if these animals are being like the necks are being wrung, sort of thing, being beaten up, and I don't know that sort of thing. But I think if you're like the way you put it across, you're feeling it like you're force-feeding a child.
Exactly. Most farmers don't really do anything, because at the end of the day, the animal, if you overstress it and it's going to not produce as well, and all that. So what they're doing is, and a lot of these, it looks horrendous when you see it, the way it's done, because they're holding up their, and just opening up their beak and just dropping things. But if you notice some of these animals, they sometimes can grab these big, massive piece of fish or whatever and gulp them down. So they can take quite a lot. They're actually just holding their mouth in that sort of position so they can get more food in quicker, because there's no other way of getting it in. It's not like you can because it's in small bits that you're actually putting this stuff in. It's much easier. Some do use like a liquid thing, so they'll actually put like a thing, and in that way they'll just put it in their beak and just get them to swallow this whole sort of stuff, and that the animal doesn't seem to, it's getting too upset about it in that regard. But how upset it is, I've never had a conversation with one to really know, as I usually say. But it's not as horrendous as some people describe it in that regard.
Yeah,
but at the end of the day,
story.
What's that?
You probably have to see both sides of the story to see what the farmers that are doing it say. Because it might be for them, it's the animals don't mind it, sort of thing. I don't know.
No. Look. I mean, sometimes most animals love food, because nature is, any animal in nature, you put food in front of it and it'll actually just go crazy about the food, because they're using a reptilian, primarily they're engaging the reptilian brain, and they will take as much as they can in energy, because most animals are designed to do that. Humans have the ability to sort of regulate slightly that sort of stuff. That's probably where the difference is. Now, is that the perfect thing? Now, obviously, you're going to get a fattier liver, which means it's going to be a fatty. Going to have higher fat soluble vitamins and stuff like that. So so there's no nutrition issues from what I can see in that regard whatsoever. It's probably not healthy for the animal, but for the person with the end product, they're actually getting a much higher animal-based, fattier sort of food with much higher nutrient profile in that regard. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry too much about it at all. And if you enjoy it, why not? I'm where in my case, I'm not a big sort of. I actually prefer, to be honest, I prefer chicken liver more than duck or goose or livers. Personally, I like the flavor of chicken liver far more. So I enjoy chicken liver pate more than duck liver or goose liver or stuff like that. I've got a preference more for chicken liver, but that's me, so.
Yeah, I'm the same.
Yeah. I know I'm probably considered a heretic for saying that by some people, but who cares?
Mm-hmm.
That's the nice thing about living in Tasmania. You can really get access to a lot of good seafood down here. Yeah, well, I know that's why their diabetes rates in Southeast Asia are through the roof, even higher than what we call, the Europe or Australasia or stuff like that. Way higher. It's the same thing in southern China as well. Again, tofu, and too much visceral fat. G'day, Bjorn. I did call out your name earlier. It's good to have you here, mate. Vera Health, I think, low carb down under, an excellent channel here. Okay. Dave, my man. Dave, our friend who loves living in Barcelona. He went back to the UK to see family, and Boris the clown locked him up in the COVID era. So I wasn't very happy about that. Now he's back in sunny Barcelona, so he's very happy.
That's good.
Yeah, that's right. It is called Verta Health. That's right. I'll leave it that one with you.
Yeah, I mean, the studies on training and intensity and things like that are a bit, to be honest, they're a bit crap. They're assuming that these people are training with maximum intensity. I've got a video up which is only 5 minutes long, but I show you exactly what technical failure is. You can see, and I talk through the whole video. At this point in the lift, I'm doing this. The thing is, if you are training maximum intensity, you'll find probably 3 sessions a week might be enough. I'd push close towards 5 if you can't. For example, like me, I've got a spine injury. I'm not going to be able to lift with maximum intensity for some lifts, so I have to make up for the intensity with a bit more volume. So there's a fine line between training intensity and volume. The most efficient way will be verging on the side of intensity, because it will allow you to almost measure your body's ability to recover better, because you're just using one scale. As if you're using a lot of intensity for some things, a lot of volume for other things, it's going to be hard to measure your recovery ability. I've got a video up yesterday about the 3 keys to huge muscles, so that might be good for people to watch as well.
Zach, yeah, Jonathan's channel is in the featured, and just go there, subscribe, and go and check out the video. So you get some good information. Bjorn, I know, does a bit of weightlifting as well. So check out Jonathan. If you two haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Can you actually drop in your channel name into the live chat, so
Yeah,
people can get it and they can go there and actually subscribe. The ones that haven't, because I mean, I've been saying to people that, you know, they should come over to you and get some of this information. That's not my sort of area where, you know, I'm an amateur, but you know, Jonathan is pretty much does pro stuff and is in competitions and all sorts of things. So composition consultant, and that's his channel. So do go there and subscribe.
Yeah, because Harry's focusing more on the people with critical health issues at the moment, so it's going to be hard for him to dedicate his time towards people with more minutiae sort of topics.
Precisely. Yeah. My focus is more on those sort of things where many people that you know, need to do body composition stuff, need to do training and stuff like that, go and see Jonathan. He's the person, the expert there that does professional work and also does competition in that area. So if you want to get to even if you don't want to get to a competition level, he'll set up a program for you specifically for the goals you want in life. So you may just want certain body composition and nothing else, but you may want something more or something less or whatever, or something that you can incorporate in your life. Jonathan can give you a plan, and that's the thing that many people sometimes need if they're going to do improvements in body composition. Pig is tasty, but beef is king. God, you know, well, you're gonna disagree with me on that one, Bjorn, and I'm gonna, I'm a big fan of piggy on the deuterium side, and then when it comes to the niacin and when it comes to the thiamine side, it's superior to beef on those fronts. But generally speaking, look, when it comes to things like certain other nutrients, obviously, like B12, beef is much better on the beef 12 side. I think it's a synergy of animal foods, sort of having a bit of pork, a bit of beef, and a bit of seafood, and a bit of lamb is a good synergy. And I tend to nowadays, even though I do tend to eat a bit more pork because I do love it, I have a bias towards pork. At the same time, I do try and get, but about half of my intake is primarily pork, and then the other half comes from all the other sort of foods. I'll actually eat more lamb than I eat beef. Let me put it that way. Even tonight, I had a whole lot of, about nearly 700 grams of lamb chops, very fatty ones. So I'm very biased to those two meats, which is pork and lamb. And so they give me but sometimes I'll do half and half in the week, and that will give me a very good micronutrient profile from those two. I'll get a very good balance in terms of the omega-3s, in terms of omega-6s that my body requires, in terms of vitamins and minerals. You end up getting a really nice composition. Plus, with lamb, you can be guaranteed that it's going to be grass finished, because it's just too costly, and very few feed. It's only in exceptional cases where they'll feed lamb grains. They don't do very well like the cattle on it. So that's my two favorite primarily meats, and it's I love both of them. And I love this stuff. Yeah, bacon. Oh, God, do I love bacon. The exception to this rule is beef bacon. I've actually fallen in love with beef bacon. I do enjoy it quite a bit. Yeah, I found a farmer here. It tends to be an American thing. But it's I did find a farmer here that does produce it from northern Tasmania. Comes down to the farmers market occasionally, and well, I think now comes every week, and provides beef bacon, which is fantastic. So,
You tried lamb bacon?
No, I haven't. No.
That's good.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. We get over here, but the only people that produce it are halal butchers, which is a bit not ideal, but it does taste nice.
Well, even Greek butchers traditionally would kill the animal and bleed it in the same way as like halal killing. You know, you don't knock it out. You just that's how I was taught by Dad. You know, the animal was still alive, and you just slit its throat and bled it. Which is called what is called halal, sort of in. So I was sort of brought up to, you know, even though Greek Orthodox, still that's the way we were taught to do it in the same way. It's where it was considered fresher. Same sort of
traditions and your culture.
It's really traditions. It's cultural traditions, and very much the Arabs, the Greeks. I'm not sure about the Italians. I'm sure about the southern Italians are very similar. Obviously the Turks as well, because they've lived in that area, so they've picked up from both the Arabs and Greeks a lot of these customs. The Persians as well. So most of the people in that region tend to have very similar slaughtering traditions. The Jews as well, they do again halal type, you know, slaughtering. So most of the people in that region have a very similar way of doing it. So it's I did notice when there were, that was Bobby Perspective when he was up in Fyrom, and you know what they call Northern Macedonia now, which I just consider it Slavic Macedonia. That's my personal opinion. I disagree with the name, you know. So anyway, so you know, when the Macedonian Greeks carved Greek throughout the whole of Asia in stone, I know exactly who my ancestors were. So I'll just make that quite clear. But they are Slavs, and they call themselves that. You know, Bobby sort of did a genetic test and realised that he had a bit of Greek in him and a lot of Bulgarian, and realised, so that changed his perspective on his identity as a consequence of looking at that, and realised the rest was politics. But at the same time, he was showing a video on how they slaughtered their pigs, and it wasn't halal. They actually knocked them out, hit them on the head, knocked them out, and actually then it slaughtered them. So so not everybody does it that way, but I know traditionally Greeks did sort of. I don't know about pigs, to be honest. Actually, I have to ask Dad. Okay, I'm going to hold off from saying that we do it to pigs, because maybe we do knock them out or not. I don't know. I know Dad did larding with his mother, because he told me. This is before, because in the past, before the Second World War, even after the Second World War, it was primarily, you know, pig's fat that people had. It was only later that the food industry and the governments, sort of because of the post-World War II, they promoted oils. And that's when the olive oil industry took off with a lot of funding of American money. Up until then, it was used for lighting purposes, and it was used very little for food. In many cases, it was used like on the islands. They would put olive oil on the outer side of like cheese, so insects wouldn't penetrate it as a protective thing. So it was like that sort of layer of a protective layer on the outside. But it wasn't used as much for food. It was very used, and any that it was used was sort of like freshly pressed from olives, and it was intended to be, the green stuff, very green, so it was less likely to be problematic in that regard. But it was very little was used. But now obviously all animal
60 years ago. Yeah,
animal fat's a bit displaced. Yeah, completely now.
We had there was a cart that used to go around the local towns and stuff in England, and it would be like the tallow cart, so you could buy beef dripping and things like that.
Yeah,
and it
exactly.
is readily accessible. It's like people would buy that, and it was a regular thing. It wasn't like it is now. Like you see one bar of it in the supermarket. Back then, it was you cook with tallow, butter, lard. That was it.
Precisely, and that's what it was like in Greece, even back in the 70s when I was a youngster. You went, it was dairy, wall-to-wall dairy, wall-to-wall animal fats. There was, and even olive oil was used for things like salads. It was used as a dressing. It was used for those sort of things. It wasn't like heavily because it was more expensive. But as the production through the 80s and 90s started really ramping up the level of production, and then also what they call substitution, where they mix it, adulterated, so there's a lot of that sort of shenanigans that goes on as well. They were able to magically produce far more than the trees that existed on the ground.
Surprise. Was very expensive. Proper stuff,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, Dad buys some, he gets from Crete, from a local supplier. And when you look at it, it's just green as. It's like this dark green. And that's olive. That's definitely olive oil. None of this yellow light yellow stuff. You go, that's crap. It's got a whole lot of seed oil in it. That's not really olive oil. It's probably got about like 20 or 30% olive oil, and the rest is actually rapeseed oil or something like that, or canola oil, one of the others.
The same thing with avocado oil. People are saying recently there's very little pure avocado oil out there.
Yeah, that's true. There is. When they test them, they've actually found a lot of them don't have very low levels, like in comparison to what is stated on the bottle. And none of the countries actually provide, like you have to provide a specific amount. And I'm going, really? They're claiming on that it's pure, or organic, extra virgin, avocado oil. And and so, well, not in every country are they required to provide the percentage. They're not required actually in every country. So in some countries they're not required at all to do that. So they can actually lie as much as they like and adulterate it as much as they like. Yeah.
Unless the product that you're buying is 2 ingredients. So for example, a ready meal, which is chicken curry and rice, they might say, chicken curry base with 40% of it is this. Then they'll say the rice is 60%. Other than that, like olive oil will just be whatever it is.
Yes. They've got the old goat's got a bit more buck in it, hasn't it? Unbjorn. Thanks for clarifying. I've upped my taurine dose recently. Someone suggested that on Reddit. Oh well, that's a perfect place to actually get some intelligent ideas. So I was a little concerned. Yeah,
I moderate
most of the stuff.
I moderate some forums on Facebook, and I see a lot of misinformation out there, and it's frustrating. So I'm like, well, everyone in this forum is saying the same thing, but I know that's not true. So I'll just say my piece at the bottom, and people can suss it out for themselves.
Yeah, look, I've had that where I've gone through Reddit stuff, and I'm going, really? You're repeating. It's just one after another repeating the same stuff, or somebody arguing, oh, maybe it's not like that, and then the other will go, no, I agree with that person, and quoting theirs and adding a few extra words of their own, and I'm going, well, where's your evidence where you're backing this up? And I come at the end and say, well, this is what the evidence, and showing the completely, revert difference, like 180 degrees. I'm going,
the one at the moment I'm seeing is someone will come online and say they've got some sort of problem, like their skin's gone bad or they're getting headaches a lot, and us, everyone will say, "Oh, must be oxalate dumping." It's like, all right, how do you know that? You've not addressed any of their symptoms other than one thing, and you think it's that. By default, I always ask person questions and try and suss out, what else is going wrong in the body.
Those pigs have been watching your videos. Nice one, mate. Nice one. I'm very popular in Animal Farm.
You're on the depleted water.
That's it. I'd love to get my hands on an old cow. Chafee talked about eating old cow, milk cow. Best tasting beef he ever had. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, well, it's not a thing here in Tasmania either, because we've just got heaps of grass. Let alone if you want to get grains here. One, we don't grow them, and two, you'd have to bring them over by boat. It would be very expensive, completely uncompetitive. And we've got so much grass down here. All you do is just move the animals around, and they just eat in one paddock after another. It's a bit like the UK and any part of Northern Europe, very much the same. So we're pretty lucky here in that regard. So not an issue. And in Greece, it's also with goats and sheep, because Greece is 85% mountainous. It's not an issue there as well, because most of the actual mountainous areas are quite temperate, quite cool. They're not like the coastal areas. And so there's a lot of grass around and a bit more precipitation as well, a bit more rain and stuff like that, and big rivers, especially on the west coast where I come from, one of the biggest rivers in Europe, the Achillol. So it's a bit different. Some people feed pigs whey, do they? Okay.
Yeah, in the UK, they've been doing that for a long time. I don't know if they still do it, but I know they used to do it at least.
Okay.
Pig farmers.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
We got the big silage, the lorries, and in there will be whey. I imagine they take that to all the farms and.
Okay. Yeah. That's somebody did say to me once. A guy in Melbourne said to me that in Victoria, a lot of the actual dairy farms, they're like their leftovers or their byproducts or whatever, they ship it out to pig farmers and stuff like that. Okay, so they probably do it here as well. I just didn't think about it. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. Thank you, Anika. I learned something today. So, as I said, I've never dealt with pigs. I've just dealt with goats as a youngster. So that's been my level of animal husbandry: goats and sheep, and they only eat grass. Lard price have tripled at my local butcher. I was shocked. Shit, bloody hell. That's surprising.
Yeah,
I know in Scandinavia, Bjorn, that you guys have had a massive shortage over the last couple of years of butter, because butter became very popular. Remember after that, remember in Sweden that doctor that was recommending low carb, and they put her through the ringer, but they had to do some studies, and they actually proved that what she was saying was really good. And then people went on this sort of binge on butter for some time, but that seems to have sort of grown into a movement now to embrace other animal fats. Interesting. But tripled. Shit. That means the demand has gone up threefold, or potentially, something like that.
Yeah, lard over here is 42 pence, roughly 50p for a buck. A block
Okay.
of anything over here is 250 grams. Tallow or beef dripping is around about £1, and
Mm,
butter is anywhere up for upwards of about £1.80. I'm looking
okay.
here; it's gone from £1.50 in 2013 up to somewhere like £2.50.
Well, in Tasmania, we haven't. Well, in Australia generally, the price of lard hasn't really shifted, budged at all. I think the last time I actually looked at it, that I bought some, it had gone up. I think it's a whole block. And I think at the time because initially I was buying it about $3.50, and I think it went up to $3.55 at the time, something along those lines. So they do have the larger blocks, which is a bit more around the $5 mark. I haven't actually seen those for a while now, the larger blocks. But yeah, but triple, that's just massive. That's very surprising.
Yeah.
I mean, even like our pork belly down here, like a whole, like, massive slab of pork belly. I just paid last time for about. Remember that I showed you guys a whole lot of big pork belly, and it only cost me about $3.50 for a whole slab, which I could make a lot of pork crackle out of that. But yeah, that would be annoying for me in particular because I buy that sort of stuff. So yeah, that would be damn. This is what concerns me beyond, and I think probably Jonathan and many other people in our community, is that with a lot of the sort of green BS, we're having a lot of these sort of restrictions on animal food production and stuff like that. And potentially these things may see an escalation in prices for these same foods that we can now get at a fairly good price. That's a big damn concern when you get something like that. It's either a supply issue that's actually causing that, or a production issue. So supply issue, obviously, because there may not be enough production around the world, and you may not be able to, and you have to bid to get more of that product into the country. But if it's domestic production and it's a production issue where they're actually limiting production due to green policies, then yeah, that is a very much a concern. I think that's a big concern for a lot of people around the world, with people like Bill Gates and many of his other sycophants at the WEF, those lovely people at the World Economic Forum, that basically are going around trying to make animal food production more expensive and limiting it. So that is an issue. And I know there's a lot of green policies in Scandinavia where you are. Is it due to those policies, or is it just some other sort of supply disruption or something? Do you know what's causing it?
You me?
What's that?
You me or Bjorn?
No, I'm actually asking Bjorn because he's actually saying where it's gone up 3 times, which is that's just massive. That's just that's not.
It's not gone up that much here either, but
Yeah, it's only gone.
it's something specific to his area.
Yeah, that's just massive. 3 times. I just want to know what's happening. In terms of policy in that area. G'day, Loki. I just noticed you. Paprika. But good to have you here. Galahad, Threewood. Good to have you here. And who else have we got? We got Alex here. G'day, Alex. I'm trying to catch up. I'm getting there. I'm a bit faster. What was Zaka? Does lard taste good on top of a steak? Yeah, it does. It is quite enjoyable. I have to say that I will use lard for certain foods. Like if I'm doing a roast, I will lard it. Like I will drill into it, and I'll actually put a lot of lard. And what we'll actually do, the lard will soak through the meat, especially when you wrap it. So you create a lot of steam as it's cooking. You end up creating all this steam, and that will move that extra moisture, because the water content of the meat, that will steam up, that will move the fat around in that water content, the lard, and it will get it around into all the fleshy part of the muscular fleshy part of, and it will soften it as well. Plus it will give it a really pronounced taste, a really nice taste. Then you take off obviously the sort of cover, so you can actually release, lower that, and then you want just to keep it in for 10 minutes or whatever to get a nice crust on the outside. So that's how you do it in that regard, while it remains pinky on the inside and nice and soft. So that I would use it for that purpose much more than I would use it on top of a steak. And as I said, I'm not a big steak person, and I tend to prefer butter on steak. Fish, I tend to prefer butter with lemon juice after. And on pork, I prefer just lemon juice. I don't want any butter on my pork. On lamb, I don't mind butter with lemon juice as well. So yeah, primarily fish and lamb I prefer. Beef I sometimes will have, but when it comes to pork, I don't put any other fats on it. It's fatty enough. I usually get big pork chops with fat pieces that thick, wide on the outer perimeter, so it's really, really fatty. It's nearly about 40 to 50% of the actual thing is fat. And I prefer just lemon juice on those. It's just the way I grew up. In Greece, they do skewered pork and they just put lemon juice. And I grew up with that sort of, and now I've got that taste in my brain and I enjoy it that way. So, sometimes you pick up certain, your taste buds are sensitized in certain ways from youth. So, that's me. So give me pork with lemon juice. I love it. I'm in heaven. We'll move through a bit faster. Oh, well, that's not a good idea. People leaving farming. Is that cheapest farmland in Europe? That's not a good thing. Low serum calcium. You can actually reduce the serum calcium in your bloodstream and increase your heart rate by doing that. So it's a good idea to basically, when you do consume higher doses of menaquinone 4 or K2 in general, it's always a good idea to add more dairy or, calcium-rich foods into the diet while you're doing that. So, because it's helpful to actually rapidly take out soft tissue calcification. That's why we do it. But at the same time, especially people that may have also genetics, especially Europeans, that don't absorb as well calcium, they are more prone to this sort of issue of lower serum calcium. So we just have to be a bit careful on that side. So that's the potential downside. That's why I usually recommend for general people, if they're going to, just get it from the dairy, like, brie and things like, and Gouda and stuff like that, have plenty of, if you have 100 grams or whatever, you'll probably get a couple of, you get some micrograms, about 200-300 micrograms or whatever, which is fine, Obviously, if you're doing therapeutic doses like 5 to 45 milligrams, that's more for therapeutic reasons, and you've got to do it in the proper way as decalcification of soft tissue, and that has to be done in a certain protocol way. So for people with cardiovascular, but if people just want to supplement, there's a low dose one on iHerb, which is around 100 micrograms, which is sort of within the range of people that don't like cheese or dairy at all for whatever reason, and just want to make sure that they're getting enough minoquinone 4. So that's an option for them. Or eat a bit of liver and you'll get it. So if you can't do dairy, so that's another option. But it's just for people that don't want to. The higher dosages are specific for people with specific health issues where they've got soft tissue calcification, like I had with cardiovascular issues. That's when we do the higher dosages, and that has to be done in the protocol way, has to be done specifically. You've got to go and do scans and make sure you don't have any soft tissue calcification, soft tissue and not enough calcium to stabilize soft angina. So there's a whole lot of things before starting. So that's for a future video, which I'll cover. Currently, I'm focused on the cancer stuff and all that. But I will shift back to the cardiovascular stuff and do a couple of videos on that in the latter part of this year, which will cover K2 usages, appropriate usages and inappropriate usages. Greetings, Paprika. DJ Projectus, always a pleasure, mate, to have you here. Yes, there's plenty of scientific fraud out there, unfortunately. Far too much. And a lot of people that make up far too many things. Yes, Canada, Sarah asking. I did ask her a while back. You're welcome. It's taken me a while to get here, Sophie. So I'm moving through as fast as. Yes, they do. They do. They definitely do.
Football player.
Erling Haaland. He's eating beef liver and hearts, and he's dominating the Premier League. Yeah, people, that, especially people for a very long time that have been eating inappropriate foods, yes, they definitely have a lot of deficiencies. It's a big issue.
He's mostly carnivore from what I've read.
Okay.
Yeah. What's going to make a bigger deal, leucine intake or going to the gym?
Yeah. Well, my sort of view is leucine plays the premier role, but at the same time, if you want to build tissue, you got to basically, it's like the hermetic effect. You sort of have to tear it down a bit in order to force it to build a bit more. So it's a synergy. It's not, obviously, if you do all the exercise in the world and you're not getting good nutrition, enough leucine and stuff like that, it's not going to work for you. We know a lot of people that, and if let's say your endocrine system is not working properly, a bit like Lukey, our friend Luke Gear, he's here at the moment. He had Hashimoto's thyroiditis. He was training for 5 years and couldn't put any muscle on. Then he went on a carnivore diet, got sufficient leucine in the system, actually improved his thyroid function, and voila, he's beefed up and put on, nearly 10 kilos of muscle mass. There's a difference. Yeah, we need to be less reductionist, and we need to view these things as synergistically working together. So exercise on their own won't do it. If you just take leucine and some protein, yes, you will build muscle, but you won't build massive muscle. But if you do a lot of exercise and you don't get enough good nutrients, you'll be like the vegans who can't put on muscle unless they do roids. So you need both. It's really, it's not enough to basically get the signaling going. You've got to provide the nutrients, the substrates to basically build the damn stuff as well. So it is a synergy. So true.
Erling Haaland. There we go.
Heavy meat based. Okay. Interesting. Look, there's a lot of people out there that actually have shifted to a meat heavy diet in one respect or another, and actually are seeing far better results. Let's not forget, a lot of the actual bodybuilders in the golden age were not pure carnivores, but they consumed a meat heavy diet, a dairy heavy diet, and an egg heavy diet, and some vegetables. But those vegetables were just more as, how can I put it? They thought, I need to do a few good things because it was the propaganda, and that was more of it rather than anything else in that regard. Yeah, me too. I just had 6 eggs with my chops, so they were nice. The best way I fry them in butter. That's how I eat my eggs. I prefer fried eggs in butter. I'll have boiled sometimes. I'll have poached sometimes. I'll even have raw eggs. I don't have a problem. Actually, I usually, if I'm going to do anything, if I'm going to have raw eggs, I remove the whites and put them in a container to actually cook them in the evening with a couple of other eggs, and I pretty much just gobble down the yolks. I cannot stomach the sensation. It's really awful through the mouth. the whites, I just can't do it. I don't like it. But the yolks, I can swallow yolks like there's no tomorrow. I've got no problems. Line them up, no, not an issue. But the whites, not for me. But I do love eggs, and my favourite way of actually eating eggs is fried. What about yourself, Jonathan? What's your favourite way of eating eggs?
I quite like scrambled with a lot of butter. Like a lot of butter as well. That seems to be the thing that I quite like. I think because you can absorb a lot of butter into the eggs when you're cooking them that way.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, like fried eggs, anything like that. We've got a teppanyaki grill, so we do fried eggs most days, to be honest.
Okay, I actually do fried eggs. I'll do scrambled eggs with butter, but cheese as well.
That's what I do. That's why I breakfast every morning here. Yeah, Parmesan, Parmigiano Reggiano.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. That's what I mean. So I do like that sort of combination as well. So, but the quickest thing to do is fried eggs. It's really fast to do. You do them quite fast, and it's less effort compared to scrambled. Probably that's another reason that I still do like it. Trying to keep my muscle mass. If taking taurine, do you need to cut back on protein? No. I'm sure I'm eating too much. Problem feeling full. Idea weight 60 taurine has helped with muscle gains. Yes, it does. It's probably not enough information exactly. You'd have to provide some body composition stuff and all that. I mean, Fatty Finney, you should actually subscribe to Jonathan's channel, which is, it's further up here, Composition Consultant. He actually put his channel there. It's in the featured channels as well. And chat with Jonathan about a program specifically for you. So do consider something like that.
If it's helpful to say now, focus more on eating enough meat. If you're eating enough meat, you'll probably get enough taurine, as long as you're not, cooking it to death and
That's right.
eating animal foods that are lower in taurine. So,
yeah, just in case he wants to do a bit more gains and a few other things with his muscle mass, he wants to improve a bit on that on his composition, then he should consider subscribing to you, checking out some of your material, and also maybe having a bit of a chat with you, maybe a consultancy, just to get a program up and running. People should consider something like that. As you know, I don't do the consultancies things. I used to, but I just don't have the time. So do consider doing something with Jonathan if you're interested, in improving your body composition.
Yeah, it's very affordable as well. I appreciate a lot of people don't have much money nowadays. So that's, for half an hour of my time, I charge £12. For an hour, I charge £20. It's most people out there that are less qualified and less experienced than me charge 2 to 3 times more than that.
Yeah, that's
I'm trying to be accessible to people.
Yeah, that's a very good price, I have to say. Okay. Oh, that's why you were saying that, Nathan. Okay. Sydneyite. So fair enough, mate. Yeah, but still, genes are genes. What you've inherited from your parents. You can't. Like I've inherited my Greek genes from both my parents, so I can't get away from that. Even though I was born in Australia. Kate, how are you? Hi all. 43 watching, but only 37 likes. Please press the like button for Harry. Oh, thank you, Kate. How much and how long does the body store seed oils in its cells after about 30 plus years consuming these? You're very much like me, Paprika. I consume them in very high amounts, and I actually went out of my way to consume them in high amounts because I believe they were heart healthy and really good for you. So I was really taken about. My father used to use olive oil back then. He used to think that I was an idiot. He said, it's not traditional. He just stuck. The only reason why he didn't consume those oils, even though they were cheaper, is pretty much, and he was a tight ass, he always has been, was pretty much because it wasn't part of his tradition. And that was lucky. His tradition saved him from actually consuming those oils and ending up having health problems himself, like I had much early in life, cardiovascular in my mid-40s. Any chance to get rid of it a fast but a safe way? Look, your cellular turnover, stored PUFA, can take anywhere, if it's mild levels, up to 4 to 5 years, and for heavy amounts 7 to 10 years. So unfortunately, it's not a quick process. That's the downside. The other thing is you should consider doing a low dose vitamin E. So as you release it from your fat stores, you can basically stabilize it and reduce the damaging effects. So that's another way of dealing with it. The other way is that also it does add quite a lot in your adipocytes, in your fat cells, that is. It does add quite a lot of deuterium. And there is a bit of interaction between the lipoproteins that go in and out and actually drop off fatty fats and then come back and pick up fats in terms of triglycerides. So as they are moving those fats in and out of fat cells, they do pick up some fatty acids, which do have deuterium in them as well. So the strategy behind that is to do something like 6 to 12 months of deuterium depleted water, which is very expensive, unfortunately, down to 85 parts per million. If you don't really have severe health problems, then you can probably go to 105 parts per million. That's enough for dilution. So you can do that. Or you go on a 20% protein, because you still need to get a good enough protein, and 80% fat approach. So you're in it, and you do that for pretty much nearly a decade, at least 7 years. And what you're trying to do is dilute down the level of, deuterium you've got in your body, and trying to improve your sleep, your circadian rhythms, blue blocking, and all this sort of stuff. It's not an easy path back to health, unfortunately. The biggest problem is stored deuterium in the wrong places. If it was in the collagen, who cares? That's not a problem. That's not a problem. But it's unfortunately, it's in the fat cells, and that's a problem. I did a video ages ago about this problem. Is your fat cells, sort of as a hypothesis. I don't believe it's a hypothesis. I had to just call it that, just in case YouTube decided to be nasty towards me for putting that view as a hypothesis about cancer. It's in my cancer series of playlists, so I had to be a bit careful, but I truly believe it. And there is a number of, I actually saw a recent video somebody told me about, and this was Kate Shanahan. She's a physician, a low-carb physician, and she's been looking into this as well, and she's been finding that a lot of these people that have got stored PUFA have a lot of health problems, and when they start losing weight, they release a lot of this PUFA into their bodies, and it's creating a lot of health problems and creating chronic fatigue and all sorts of things. So, and this may be what people are sort of getting, where they're saying, I've lost a lot of weight, I've been doing keto for 6 months and all that, and now I feel like rat shit. I feel really like brain fogged, and I don't have enough energy and all that. Well, what you've done is you've released a whole lot of PUFA and a whole lot of deuterium from your fat cells, and they circulate around, and it's done a lot of mitochondrial damage as a consequence. So, is there a safe way of doing it? Not friggin' hell, not. So all we can do is take taurine to be able to heal, take it mostly at night to be able to increase melatonin, to be able to repair the mitochondria, and slowly try to dilute the stored deuterium in our system. And it will take some time. And the cheapest way to do it is with a high-fat approach. That's the only approach. And I'd be worried less about body composition for the next 5 years and more, because as you within the next 5 years, as you improve your metabolic health, naturally you'll be able to oxidize more energy as your mitochondria improve, and naturally you'll be able to basically deal with excess energy in the system, and so you'll be able to over time improve your metabolic rate. And you'll be able to also improve your oxidative capacity. And as a consequence, your respiration, that is capacity, you'll improve, because that's what it is, respiration, oxidative phosphorylation. So production of ATP through, so without using biochemical stuff, basically you're oxidizing your mitochondria more and more fat as you go along, producing more and more energy. And as you produce more and more energy, you get better at cleaning things out and feeling better. And it can take up to 5 years, potentially 7, with people that have got severe mitochondrial damage over years and years of exposure to high levels of deuterium. So I don't know where you are on that journey, but the quicker you start lowering, you really need to go strict zero and approach things with very low deuterium sources of food. Prioritize that, because it's really expensive to do for so many years a lot of this sort of water. Unless you're very wealthy, then yes, you could do it. But if you're not, and you're not in a cancerous state, the next best option is a high fat, 80% fat, 20% protein. So you get sufficient protein to maintain your muscularity and stuff like that, your musculoskeletal structures. but you're also trying to get that extra low deuterium. And that means also with the fats, they've got to be grass finished all the time. We need to be in the lower, like the 110 to 115 range in parts per million, which is much closer to those similar levels as the deuterium depleted water, 105. So that's the way we have to do it in order to slowly over time dilute the levels of deuterium in the system and slowly get things to work properly. It's a reason why when we get older, because we've got so much deuterium damage, we plateau out, we have difficulty in losing weight, we have difficulty in, not enough energy, we feel more lethargic, we go on a diet, we feel better, but we don't feel optimal. And we don't feel optimal because of the mitochondrial inefficiencies due to the damage that we've sustained over many years. It's not something people want to hear, but it's the reality. Some people recover quicker than others. The ones that are stricter, the ones that basically do the better circadian rhythm stuff, better night stuff, improve their melatonin, and get higher levels of melatonin, which actually heal their mitochondria faster. So it's all this sort of stuff. Wearing this sort of things looks fashionable, doesn't it? Yes, boys and girls, very fashionable, but it does help. All little bits help. And you'll even look as fashionable as me. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. I wonder what the effect of a potato diet of Irish back when Irish were forced to rely only on potatoes. I don't think they were exclusively on potatoes. That was their major staple, yes, but they were definitely getting some birds, and they were definitely getting some fish, and they were definitely getting some other animal foods, eggs and chicken and stuff like that. But it was less, but their primary, 2/3 of probably their diet was made up of potatoes. And so it was a poorer diet and probably did cause some deficiencies and, difficulties.
Harry, how many generations of eating a diet that's so far away from your genetic heritage do you think it would take to alter your the epigenetics of it? How long would that take?
Even one generation can cause some, but it's usually about 3 to 4 generations where we see severe. So yeah. So it does take. So if we think about, even when there was the potato famine, that would have been one generation. Then things improved the next generation. There was better food supply and all that, and still there was no processed food. So that generation would have recovered subsequently. And so it's really only in the modern era where we've got what we call the industrial food production. And even that, it didn't really take off until, in North America, it became very pronounced in the late 70s, early 80s. Particularly the 80s was the big time, because even back in the 70s, people still ate primarily at home. People did not eat like ready-made meals. They did exist, but it wasn't the big thing. Most people used to still go to the grocers and buy actual fresh produce of different types. It's only really when we're talking about the 80s was the early stage, but really, I would say even in the 90s, McDonald's and up until 96 was still using tallow and dripping. So the real big change probably happened in after 2000, the beginning of the beginning of the 21st century, for the last 20 odd years. So we're actually not even a generation in. And just think of it. We're not even a generation in. Look at the health problems. 20 years where we've really gone over, to the dark side of kibble culture, where we've shifted away from a primarily animal with a third to 40, a third to a quarter to 40% coming from plants, So people were still getting over 50%, like 60 odd percent from still primarily animal foods. And then in just from the mid 90s to the mid 2000s, which is about a decade, we shifted to about 60 to 65% plants. And then it took another decade after that to about 2015 before we got to a level where now it's something like 70 plus plants.
Yeah, animal food is what's killing us.
Yeah, exactly. and now they're trying to take it from so in the last 7 years, there's been a slow move to try and push it beyond the 80% into 100% nearly, or close to it. So the majority of the population around the world is still probably about 2/3, largely. The majority of societies plant-based. But in the industrial countries, like where there's a lot of processed food, like Australia, UK, Canada, US, these sort of countries where there is a very heavy processed food industry, in those sort of countries, it sort of has crept beyond the 70% and now it's creeping into the 80% plus range. I mean, you see it yourself. You go to the supermarkets and most things are just all processed. You look at the ingredients, there's basically bugger all animal foods in them. There may be, a certain trace of animal protein in there. There may be a certain trace of dairy products in there. But generally speaking, the majority is just seed oil, sugar, and grains in the processed food, because the cheaper stuff you can make the biggest profit margin.
Yeah, they do that with the schools over here as well now. They've got something called Meat-Free Mondays.
Exactly, yeah.
So little Tilly, she's 5.5 years old, and she's having this every Monday. So we make sure every Monday she gets a good breakfast and a good dinner, just to detract away from what they've given her in school.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a good idea. Yeah, it's sort of appalling what's actually happening in our society, but we're experimenting on our youth big time from a very young age. But like the young children now are sort of like, you could say, the second generation, the beginning of the second generation.
Oh yeah, there's loads of kids nowadays with ADHD.
Precisely.
There's about 4 in her class. When I was in school, there might have been 1 in the year group. So,
yeah. Like me when I was young, when it came to a lot of these diseases that we see today, I can't even remember one student. When I was back in the, we're talking about the 70s now.
Yeah, people say it's the diagnosis or lack of diagnosis, but I think most of it is the fact there are more kids nowadays with these issues.
Absolutely bullshit. Back then, I remember I didn't see, I look at young people now and I see even people younger than me going around with walking sticks. I mean, really? That's just not normal. What we're seeing a lot of things today is not normal. I mean, there was back in the 70s, it was, it was very rare to find a fatty. It was extreme rarity. I think I can only remember one kid that was fat, and he came from a rich family, and he must have, been able to overindulge, and he came from a rich Greek family that I knew, that basically, his dad had a shop owner, and he was eating, he used to stuff himself with candy. He used to come to school with a whole lot of candy and hand out candy to his friends. Just absolutely stuff himself.
I think
my parents were really strict. Like we did occasionally raid the candy in our shop, but but Dad was really strict and Mum was really strict. So it sort of prevented us from really abusing those sort of things where his parents didn't really monitor or weren't strict enough, and he just basically he was the only fatty kid that I remember at school. I can't remember any other kid. All the other kids were lean and skinny, like myself back then. Just I look at old pictures and all the kids there was, every single kid that I standed next to, everybody was lean. Every kid was lean, I just couldn't remember. There was just one kid. So it was, it was where nowadays you go to schools and look and, where's the slim one? You can't find a slim one. You're struggling to find a slim one.
This was a thing recently. They were saying that we shouldn't be weighing children in school, as in giving them like a BMI metric or something, because it might be damaging to their health. I'm like, we know obesity is damaging to your health, so why would you not try your best efforts to mitigate that?
Exactly.
I think kids should be weighed. Maybe don't tell them so they don't know that they're a fatty.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
yeah.
Give it to parents and say, look.
Yeah, there's another way of actually doing it rather than weighing kids, is measuring their circumference to their height and circumference, and that actually is a better measure, because you can have very rarely, but let's say the child has genetics which inhibit myostatin and is extremely muscular. It does happen. It's extreme rare genetic disorder, but it does happen. And those kids have to be given injections slightly of myostatin to protect their heart muscle.
Tilly and Nadia are more on the dense side, so their weight is high for their size of their body.
Precisely, yeah. So, or they could give them taurine and regulate it better. But anyway, that's a side issue to the medicos out there that may not be aware that it does prevent remodeling of the heart. But getting back to the sort of issue, it is a really big problem nowadays with young kids, and so we're in the second generation now of experimenting with this. We could say maybe it's half a generation, because we're sort of people that were born. Look, there's a lot of arguments whether we're in the second generation or we're in half a generation from after 2005 onwards, from half a generation into to this stage. It is possible, but God, what's going to happen by the middle of the century, or in the next 70, 80 years, or by the end of the century, when we're up to 3 generations? I just don't want to think of it, how bad things could get.
Yeah, well, people will have to wake up at some point.
Yeah, it's going to be horrendous. The sort of damage in that regard. I think it may be slower for us because we do endogenously produce some taurine as well, and a few other things that cats and things like that don't produce, and they can have far more deformities and problems and stuff like that. But there's still going to be a lot of health problems that are going to be emerging and escalating. And we're already seeing a lot of these young kids having all sorts of strange, rare diseases which have never existed before. And we know we saw the same thing in Pottinger's cats. So it's quite clear when you compare that animal model of inappropriate diet, and that was just basically the same meat cooked and meat uncooked. That means a diet that was high in taurine, a diet that was very low in taurine, and the cats basically were becoming very much deranged with all sorts of health problems. And we're talking about, forget about taurine, we're talking about a whole lot of other things that we're adding that they weren't even doing in the experiments of the Pottinger's cat. So, well, obviously taurine plays a big damn role, and so that was a biggie for the cats. But even for us, beyond that, it's even the small amount that we produce endogenously, I don't think is enough to be protective for some of the stuff we're doing. We're just doing way beyond, outside the other envelope of what is healthy. It just shows how humans are very robust, but still
to a point.
They are, exactly. I I think that we're only in the first true generation, more or less, the young children now, and they've got a lot of health problems. That means so we're 1.5 generations in a sense. If we consider us as or our part as a half a generation, like your age bracket, as half a generation of exposure. Younger age, you had a bit better nutrition from your parents. As you became in your teenage years and onwards, you had a poorer nutrition. So that's sort of like a half a generation. Then them coming on, it's like nearly 1 generation, and we've already got a lot of health problems. Where we've gone very high kibble, and we haven't even gone to like the 90% or 100% or whatever yet for the majority of the population. So things are going to really look bad by the time we get to those levels. You just have to take a look. People, schizophrenia, bipolar, they go on a carnivore diet, and all these things resolve without drugs. How more deranged may our society become? And potentially having people just go crazy and killing each other. So I really worry about, the people out there that, the level of derangement or disassociation or all sorts of strange and crazy behaviors. So it is a bloody worry, the future.
Maybe people start putting a Q next to it when they've got a question.
What's that?
Maybe people start putting a Q before they're writing, if it's a question.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna, because most of these people are just making statements. Like most of my subscribers just keep on making statements.
I mean, I did the same on the chat sometimes.
So yes. So Darkfield Carnival, you must be passing down here in Adelaide. You must be in Adelaide, okay? Another Aussie. So yeah. I heard Boston University, yep, they did. Yes. The gain of function experiments and this was funded back in March before Omicron existed. So how do they know to get funding to try out? And then they actually included the old original variant with the Omicron spike that actually allows it to spread faster. That doesn't even happen in nature, as I said earlier when we were talking with Jonathan. In nature, when something spreads easier, it actually becomes less potent. What they're creating.
Even I knew that. I'm not a virologist, but I knew that.
Yeah, exactly.
I knew more people to get COVID. They'd test for it. I knew that back in May or something, 2020.
And they created these hybrid rats which have got human DNA to basically have a human immune system, and pretty much not 80% of the rats died. And they're creating these bioweapons. Oh, we're experimenting to learn more about it. No, I don't want you to do that. Just learn about the existing viruses that are actually in the community and learn more about them and all that. Don't create new ones, which would never create normally in nature. Why are these people? This should be banned and illegal. It was until Trump took away the regulations because Fauci told him to, and him being a person that comes out of real estate and has no idea about this sort of field, just didn't know what he was actually doing. Like a lot of other politicians, they just rubber stamp. Oh, the expert said that. Yeah, fine. Let me tick off on it. So some of his supporters should have told him, since he was ignorant about that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I actually say this to people, even if you're on the one side of the political fence or the other side of the political fence, I send to politicians on both sides of the political fence stuff, and I say, well, bring this to your attention. And the reason why I do that is because, they can't then claim that they weren't aware of it. This is the information, look at it. This is actual research. This is actual stuff. Should this be happening? bring it to their attention, because sometimes some people may be motivated, or at least I'll bring it up in Parliament and, or Congress in America, and make an issue of it.
Yeah, that's good.
We as citizens need to be proactive. Otherwise, the Vagoonerized lunatics will be the virtual signaling lunatics will be the only ones doing all the propaganda and
The
getting
loudest
traction.
voices.
So, silent majority out there, pick up your game. Anyway, yeah. Well, I think we'll disagree on that one. We don't have to agree on everything. Paprika, we don't have to agree on everything. Yes, mate. We don't have to agree on everything. It was isolated, the one here in Australia. Believe me, it was. I did look at the research. I can send you a copy. Just email me and I'll send you a copy of it if you want to look at it yourself. The terrain theory is actually wrong, and the viral one is definitely wrong as well. It's something in between reality, between the two. I've discussed it before in other live streams. I'm not going to cover it again. But there are different types of viruses. There are pathogenic viruses which can exploit our receptors, so the terrain theory goes bust there. And there is so it's not a kumbaya relationship that is important. Some viruses and bacteria can kill, and they have in the past. Now, people that are on a species-appropriate diet are more robust, like the North American Plain Indians. Only some of them died from certain diseases, introduced diseases, European diseases, where those on the coastal areas, up to 90%, are on the kibble. So obviously, an species-appropriate diet will give them a stronger, more robust immune system and body able to fight those pathogens. But they are pathogens. And they are pathogens because they can exploit receptor sites to go in and replicate in our cells. That's why they're pathogens. Others infect bacteria. Yes, there are viruses that infect bacteria as well. And there are viruses that actually infect other larger, because there are like what are called megaviruses. So they can also get infected by other viruses. And then there are viruses that are just from another species. They don't have any receptor sites. They can't infect, and they're just neutral. And some of the ones that can infect certain bacteria and keep them under control, pathogenic bacteria, they are actually beneficial. So they're not all bad. It really depends. But neither the terrain theory that it's a matter of all balance. No, that's nonsense, because there are clearly bacterial and viruses and fungi and all that can get. Obviously, if your immune system is deranged for whatever reason, all that. But even if you're on a species-appropriate diet like the North American Plain Indians, some of them were susceptible. Simple as that. Because it still can exploit receptor sites. It's just that they were more robust and more of them survived than died. That's the difference. So if there was a terrain theory, that wouldn't have happened if it was valid. But the other theory that everything kills you out there is just also nonsense. Somewhere in between. Anyway, I've covered that before more thoroughly. I'm not going to cover it again. Maybe I'll do a special video for that at some stage. I don't care what Pastor did or didn't do. That's what people say, but I don't give a shit what people say. At the end of the day, both were wrong. Both he was wrong, and the proponents of the terrain theory are also wrong. It's somewhere in between. It's a bit of both. Anyway, October Zoom session. Yes, we're getting close to session still running mostly. Yeah, I'm still running it. And then in November, so I'll probably kill it off after the 31st. And then in November, I'll start a new November Zoom session on Saturday the 5th. So that will be, or maybe even on Friday. I'll see. And so I'll run a new one. I will promote it at the time. I just want to do a monthly thing, trying to drag more people to come along and chat about controversial things that they may want to talk about. How are you, Lamps? Good to have you here, mate. I'm just quickly looking to see whether there's anything, because we're up to 4 hours and I'm about to shortly, whether there's any medical thing that somebody wants to ask me in particular. You're in Bulgaria again. Fucking hell, you can't get away from the cheese, can you? That's the whole reason you're over there. I know it. I'm jealous, and the yogurts and the lamb's yogurt. I am really jealous. Anyway, enjoy yourself over there, mate. Enjoy yourself. Definitely enjoy yourself. Are they? Telegram. That's one of the actual other. Oh. One of those, the WF, the lovely people in that deranged organisation. Oh, lovely! They're getting everywhere. G'day, Loki. Good to have you here, mate. And any other question? I'll just acknowledge a few people. G'day, Cecile. Joseph, any opinion on possible harmful deuterium levels from consumption of chicken bone cartilage? Not really. When you're actually taking in certain like amino acids or cartilage, it's going to be used as structural material, so it's less of an issue. Meat, bone and stuff like that does have slightly, but we don't oxidize it for energy. We very rarely use protein for energy. So, and even if we do, it's still only within the 140 something parts per million. Especially if it's grass, it'll be at the 140 odd. If it's grain fed, it'll be at the 145. It's still much lower, and we will use very little. And even when you were actually using it for gluconeogenic precursors, we primarily, it's the protein part. Not all the amino acids have the same deuterium profile. So some of them, it depends on which aminos are being used. And because not a lot is used, the difference is only a few percentage points difference. It's so little, it's irrelevant, pretty much. And primarily we will use more, if we're fat adapted, we'll use far more of the glycerol backbone. And that sugar molecule is a deuterium bleated sugar molecule that comes from animal sources. It's actually low in deuterium. It's probably one of the only sugars that is really low. So that's an advantage. and that is the one that's primarily used for gluconeogenic as a gluconeogenic precursor. So it's less of an issue. I don't have a problem with it, and you're not gonna get much of an issue there. Oh, that's good. So you're doing some stuff with Pim. Good on you. Yeah. No, she's good value
group as well.
Yeah.
Very good.
In no, not heat sensitive. Don't worry about it. It's a sulfonic acid, so it's not going to actually be affected. The biggest problem is because it's in the fluids of the animal food, it's actually losing fluids from the meat that actually is what actually creates a depletion or a reduction in the amount of taurine in the meat bin. So it's not necessarily the heat itself. The heat won't degrade it in any way. It's a sulfonic acid. It just can't. So it's really only the issue about a loss if you overcook things in that regard. Even if you do like a slow cooker, you don't lose a lot of fluids, even if it is slow cooking. It's really when you do very high temperature for a very long time and dry out the skin the meat severely. That's when you can actually have far more, you could say, loss of fluids and loss of taurine. But even there, it's not massive. You still may halve it, but still have a good amount if you eat quite a lot of that meat. But it's not going to be the most optimal levels. If you're younger than 65, it's going to be less of an issue. If you're older than 65, it'll be more of an issue because your biosynthesis after 65 does drop down considerably. It more than halves. That's where the big problem lies. Then you're getting into the sort of the potager's cat issue. That means you're not producing enough, and if you're not taking in enough, then you've got a problem long term in terms of a lot of brain function, dealing with glycation factors in the brain, dealing with the neurogenesis of stem cells to produce new neurons in the brain. Yeah, taurine does play that role as well. So if you're not getting enough taurine, you may accelerate dementia as well. So, it's the cheapest way of actually producing stem cells in the brain, taurine. It doesn't do it so much in the peripheral tissue. It's because of some of those changes in the peripheral tissue that only Cerule basically cleaves off that protein that actually releases more stem cells. Where in the brain, taurine works a bit different. And it does actually bring about the production of new neurons. So it plays a big role in terms of stem cell production within the brain. Not in the periphery tissue. It's less involved in that. Like the peripheral tissue, like in the immune system, it's vitamin D primarily the big player. Taurine plays a secondary role, but in the peripheral tissue, it's sort of a synergy of nutrients. Where in the brain, it plays a critical role in the production of new stem cells for neurons in the brain. So it plays a big role. And I think that's another factor why people on a plant-based diet tend to have more neurological and brain disorders in later age, again, because of lack of taurine in the diet and the reduction in internal synthesis within their body. So it's a big issue in that regard. Anyway, Angela, what she's asking, do you know if Rotary... you're talking to... okay. Oh, that's it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Richard, where's my video, my Kiefer video? You're going to do one, remember, with Rotary and Kiefer? I'm still waiting for it. Anyway, oh, nice one, Angela. Thanks for reminding me. I'll nag him now. Hey, Kiwi, get your act together. Any info on vitamin D resistance? Yeah, it's a bit of a mytho in that regard. You know, I don't know why they come up with these sort of words when rather than just say there is a problem in the regulation of certain enzymatic pathways and stuff like that, rather than coming up with these ridiculous, everything is a resistance. Friggin' hell. Yes, a nutrient, a proper species appropriate diet will actually correct a lot of these things. You know, remember, bile, very important to absorb fat soluble vitamins. Taurine plays a role there. Good gallbladder function plays a role there. All these things. Once we get things working properly in the body, it usually resolves a lot of these issues, which they call vitamin D resistance and all that. It's another naturopath that probably came up with this term. You know why I like to basically rat on naturopaths? For that exact reason, because they come up with these ridiculous reductionist pieces of nonsense, which, it just sounds good, but it actually is a piece of tripe. Anyway, annoying, to say the least. Oh, that's nice of you, Paprika, that you still... I'll respect you in the morning. Yes. Anyway, I am going to get out of here. Anyway, Elizabeth, Elizabeth, you're late.
Very late.
She was probably having a Mexican siesta. That's why she's late. Why if cortisol is spiked during training, we have to use glucose as energy? Know how to cortisol, stop insulin function, all that. Nothing to do with it. The whole purpose of your body, it's all about anticipation. If you're at rest, you will have a certain level of homeostasis of the amount of gluconeogenesis, demand-driven gluconeogenesis will produce a certain release of free fatty acids and all these sort of things. Once you start moving, it's all still demand-driven. What gets released from the adipocytes, from the fat cells, what actually is produced as gluconeogenic precursors, which is again demand-driven, but the body can't know the future. So it's anticipating. So every sort of the level of movement, you walk faster, it's saying, oh, this person may continue walking faster, so I need to produce a bit more glucose and release a bit more free fatty acids. So it is anticipating what you may need. Now, you may just stop completely, and then you'll have a certain increase slightly, and then it will sort of drop off if you stop. But if you keep on moving, it will sort of maintain a steady sort of flow at a certain higher rate, because it's anticipating you require that. You still require, a brain to function, to coordinate the rest of the body, the musculoskeletal. So certain parts of your brain will fire in order to process that information. So you can actually do those movements and all the other stuff and coordinate your musculoskeletal structure. So that means that it's going to say, well, we need also, the person's a bit more physical, we need a bit more oxygen to be moved around. So we need to produce a few more extra, red blood cells. Those ones that are carriers of extra oxygen, they also require glucose because they don't have any mitochondria. So as a consequence, you'll it's thinking, we're going to ramp up this to provide oxygen to the muscles. Okay, we need this amount of glucose. The brain's actually starting to demand a bit more because it's processing a lot of the things that are happening. And then you got the nervous system signaling and all that. You got all these things working, and it's just saying, well, we probably need this amount. And so it says, okay, this is going to be the future, the coming demand. So I'll produce that. Now you just may stop completely doing nothing. So you go flat out like a lizard. And your glucose and production goes up, your gluconeogenesis production goes up and all that. Now you stop like mad. I've done these experiments on myself. I was taking like ketone, like I was taking blood sugar and ketone tests and all that, strips every half an hour or even 20 minutes. And I would go like flat out and then stop. And you'd see this elevated blood glucose because the body was anticipating, but I wasn't using it. And so it was sort of rising, and then it would slowly start dipping down. So, yeah, I could have had a glucose monitor to view all that sort of stuff, but that's exactly what's happening. And so this is why people that are athletes, when they do a lot, their production of gluconeogenesis or sugar does go up when they're exercising, and that will come down when they're actually in, relaxing and all that. So it depends on the activity level and the body anticipating how much may be required in that regard. So it's all about this sort of stuff. And once the body gets used to this sort of stuff, even cortisol doesn't go up as much. Like in the early parts of training, you'll get much higher cortisol levels. And then you'll need far less signaling from those sort of hormonal signals, because things become a bit more sensitive, a bit more balanced, and a bit more tuned and all that. So, yeah, that's less of an issue. The big one in the morning is the cortisol spike because of blue light, and it signals and goes, oh, it's morning. Give that person a lot of energy, glucose and all that, because they're going to grab their spear, they're going to grab and they're going to be walking for some distance, and they'll need that energy to find an animal. But what do people do? They get in their coffin, they drive down to work and get into their office and sit in front with their latte on their computer. And then have a whole lot of sugar and spike
crash.
And crash every 2 hours. And then they're in the trough. So, yeah, it's these sort of things. But your body is smart, but you can derange it with inappropriate behavior and eating styles. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, guys, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks, everyone.
And see yous. Now, usually I do every fortnight. I do mine. But depends on what I'm doing next week. I thought about doing another one next week, and then just going then after that next week into a fortnight again. And that the only reason for that is I won't promise anything yet. I'll have to check how it coincides with Christmas and all my holidays. So let me check that. And once I've worked out, I may actually do it then to sync it in with the holiday season properly. So I have to come back from the holiday season to work out if I'm doing one next week or not. So it'll all depend with the holiday season. So because we are getting close, we're nearly in November, so it's just pretty much 2 months away. Christmas is, so I need to work out exactly how I'm going to time and I have to do a Christmas special as well. So that'll be expect a Christmas special and a New Year's special as well. So I have to work out all the dates for that. So I haven't done that yet. So that is for me to sort out. Yes, you too, Tom. You too, Tom. And yeah, so yes, Jonathan's. Yeah, thanks, mate. You too, Lamps. And so we are out of here, and I will see you people maybe next week. I'll do an announcement anyway, so I'll actually, if I'm going to do one, I'll put it up earlier, so you're aware that I'm doing the stuff but otherwise, you know, it will be in a fortnight's time. Anyway, you're welcome. Thank you, Angela. And we are out of here. See yous.
Cheers.